Good morning. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is September 24th and it's 9:23, and we're going to get started after we recognize our existence with a roll call.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Oath.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Shea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 commissioners present.
Great. And 5 is a quorum. So we exist, and we look forward to working with our 56 stakeholders and counting as they arrive into the meeting room. Welcome again, Energy and Carbon Management Commission. We are undertaking the Cumulative Impacts and Enhanced Systems and Practices Rulemaking, and we will move forward with deliberations this morning. Just as a reminder, we had assigned out different fundamental tasks to various commissioners to try to help us as we move forward in the work that we're doing. And with that, I would like to recognize Commissioner Oath to bring forward yet another dialogue topic for us to discuss in deliberations. Commissioner Oath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to kick it off again today. Another one of my topics has to do with NOx. So it being a large topic, I'm happy to kind of go when we're maybe fresh here this morning. I've given this one a lot of thought. I think it's a real opportunity here as I see it. I think that's really important for us to be thinking about kind of what is the respective roles between, ECMC and then in partnership with CDPHE's folks in meeting the NOx reduction targets and really important ozone reduction goals. So I really see this as a great opportunity for that kind of partnership collaboration in a way that, really takes advantage of our respective authorities, our respective expertise, making sure that we are looking for where are there gaps and opportunities for ECMC. So as I'm looking at this, I see the Air Commission has the role to set, the NOx reduction targets. They have done that through the intensity targets. And as I see it, then they also are the right agency to kind of enforce compliance with those targets. But what I mean by that is in a retroactive kind of way. So they have set the targets. Operators will be complying with those. Operator is unable to comply with those targets, they will be reporting as such to CDPHE, and CDPHE will retroactively be working with that operator on, what does that mean in terms of holding folks accountable kind of for past non-compliance. I see a real opportunity for ECMC to step in and ensure compliance in a forward-looking kind of way, in a way that I don't think APCD is quite as well equipped to do. I think in their enforcement actions, certainly they can and do take injunctive relief to bring operators back into compliance when they have not been into compliance, but those processes can and often do take quite a lengthy amount of time. And I think that ECMC's process and what has been talked about with this Form 2D and looking at an upcoming, ozone season is an opportunity for us, as a sister agency to partner and fill that gap. So I'm really appreciative of kind of the proposals that we've gotten from various parties. I think that they give us a really good start in addressing this. I think another fundamental piece of this has been about the annual reports versus the interim reports that are submitted, and what's the appropriate use of particularly the interim report in ECMC's thinking, and how should that inform, and to what extent should we look at it and utilize it? I think given the data lags, it makes a lot of sense to consider the interim report as a piece of information in our thinking, a piece of evidence. I do agree that given, you know, some of the limited utility of it and its purpose of what it was designed for, that I don't think it makes sense for, you know, us to take any definitive action based solely on interim report. So for example, if last year's interim report indicates an operator was not in compliance, I don't think that we should structure our rules to say that automatically means that something is denied on our end, but I do think that it should be something we consider and take into account as we then look at additional information about what, you know, what is an operator changing from the previous season to give confidence on our end that there is not going to be a repeat non-compliance in the upcoming year if we are to allow drilling to occur in the year coming up. So I think there are kind of, so that's kind of the overall, my overall thinking in terms of NOx. And so then there are kind of three kind of parts in the process, I think, where there's a touch here. So one is kind of the Form 2D process. Another is for new OGDPs, new locations in general. And then the third is those operators who are not new, that are existing, but not proposing any pre-production operations, but are in production and having some issues with compliance with intensity targets. So I want to talk about each of those three buckets. So I'll start with the Form 2Ds. In my mind, I really appreciated Oxy's Exhibit 17. And so that we talked about, I think, on Friday. So for me, I think that is a really good starting point. And so, but I do want to back up one step and just say in general, and I said this, I think, a little bit already, but, and it'll come up and be more relevant, I think, for another, as I get into some of the other sections. But in general, I have thought a lot about the various proposals and suggestions on when, particularly we use the word, you know, the director will recommend or may recommend, or the commission will approve or will deny. To me, these should be really discretionary things. Again, these should be, if, you know, we should look at past compliance or non-compliance. But I think in very few circumstances should that result in an automatic approval or an automatic denial. I think it should be something that we're looking at hard, but paired with the information about, again, an operator's intentions or changes from what happened in the past to what happened, to help inform us about what is going to be happening in the future to ensure compliance. That said, I think that in Oxy's Exhibit 17, they have suggested this concept of when an operator has been overly compliant by a certain percentage, that could provide us enough confidence that that we don't need to take an extra close look at what's going to happen in the future, because we feel like there's enough buffer there that we have enough confidence that they're going to remain in compliance. And so I think that makes some sense. I don't think that 10% is the right threshold for that. I think that is cutting it a little too close. I think if an operator is only 10%, you know, below their compliance, to me, that's not quite enough buffer that I would feel entirely confident that they're going to remain in compliance this coming year, even with additional activity or some changes. So I don't know exactly what that percentage is. I don't know if it's 15, I don't know if it's 20, I don't know if it's 25. I think as we start out, I would suggest maybe a 20% threshold there. We can see, you know, how that plays out in a couple of years, and if that's the right percentage. But so that would, so in their concept, it's if an operator is, 20% or more overly compliant with their NOx intensity target status, they submit their Form 2D with some other information, but then that operator is, their Form 2D is approved and they're able to move forward with proposed operations in the upcoming ozone season. For those who are either not in compliance or are less than 20% overly compliant, they would be submitting additional information that the director would be looking into more closely. If the director feels satisfied based on that additional information that that operator is going to be able to meet their NOx intensity standards, they can approve. If they're still not convinced, they do a consultation with CDPHE. And then they may impose some additional COAs, which would then move to approval, or they may say, we just don't think this operator is going to be able to comply with NOx intensity targets in the upcoming year. And so that would be a denial of the Form 2D with ability for an operator to appeal that to the commission. So I feel like this is a very good process for looking at upcoming operations in the ozone season. I would make a couple of changes to Oxy's proposal in their Exhibit 17. One is a fairly procedural one. They had a kind of an extra step where first the Form 2D is submitted for those who are not more than 20% compliant, that there would then be some additional information submitted to the director. I think the Form 2D could just be written to say operators who are not more than 20% compliant need to submit that information. It just eliminates one last back and forth between operators and staff. It's just a fairly procedural piece. I think there was a typo in their 316B3B, 3 little ICC. It was the able and willing. Their red line or their exhibit said able or willing, but their flow chart said able and willing, and I do believe it needs to be able and willing. Let's see. In the three little I's and 3 little B's, in that section it talks about in those cases where an operator where the director has some concerns regarding an operator's ability to comply, it indicates that the director may require the operator to take certain actions and lists those actions being, and so the examples are, may impose some additional ESPs, may require an operator to shut in 1 or more wells, or may take other actions. I think when I did a comparison between what was in our August draft for some of these things and that draft, what got dropped was that the operator could require an operator to plug and abandon 1 or more wells. I think that makes sense to also be a possibility depending on the circumstances. So I would want to add that back in. And then there was a proposal to strike a paragraph around the controlling interest language. So this relates to how an operator is reporting their intensity, and it's very carefully defined in CDPHE's Reg 7 to ensure that that the intensity is taking into account and how an operator, how it's defined there is that it's both the operator and all of its subsidiaries and parents. And I think that we need to just make sure that it's reported to us at ECMC in the same manner. I will say I'm still looking into whether or not the way that we have that language in our August draft and as proposed to be struck by Oxy, whether we need to make some changes. So that's a small minor piece I'm still looking into, but so want to set that piece aside and just flag that that's something that I think is important. So that is the part around Form 2Ds and looking at drilling in an upcoming season. So that's one of the kind of 3 touch points that I mentioned. The second one that I would want to take up would be for those operators that are not proposing to be doing any drilling. So they're not going to be submitting a Form 2D, they're just in production only. But I think it was a really good point by some of our parties that there may be some of operators in these circumstances who are not in compliance with their intensity targets in the past. And I see for us the policy opportunity here to be similar or the same in that it's an opportunity for ECMC then to step in a prospective manner and ensure compliance going forward for those who have not met their targets in the past. That said, as I said, those parties aren't going to be submitting a Form 2D, so they're not going to be addressed by the process I just mentioned. I also don't think that we can get it at it simply by adding the language proposed by some of the parties to just say based on the annual or interim reports, because I don't think there's a trigger for those operators to be submitting the annual or interim report. So I do think we need to do a little work here, and I don't have red lines yet, but conceptually would want to work with staff on some red lines if you all are supportive of these concepts to get at this. And it may just be that we modify the Form 2D itself, but really some way to ensure that operators who are in production, and maybe it's that they submit a certification that they are more than 20% compliance with their NOx intensity status, and then that's fine. They can continue to engage in their production activities with no closer look. But those who either were not compliant with their NOx intensity targets in the past or are, don't have that 20% buffer would need to submit some additional information similar, so that we are taking a look at that information to ensure that either we do believe they'll continue to be compliant, or those who have not been are taking sufficient actions, including shutting in wells, plugging and abandoning, adopting more ESPs or other action that we think is appropriate in order to allow production activities to continue. And if those kinds of actions cannot be taken to ensure compliance, then we'd have the ability to, well, I guess there wouldn't be a denial of that case. It would just be that there would be a need to shut in wells or plug and abandon to get to a place where that operator will be in compliance in a forward manner. And then that takes us to the last bucket, which would be for new locations. And again, I think that I do think the same policy applies in that if an operator has not been in compliance with their intensity targets in the past, we ought to be quite cautious about adding new locations. That said, I do think it was compelling that there could be circumstances where an operator is proposing a new location, but not proposing to drill for a number of years. And so it may be premature just to deny a new location simply because there has been non-compliance in the past. So this really gets to my thinking and why there should be a lot of discretion here. But I certainly think that we ought to be taking into consideration an operator's compliance with their NOx intensity status when they come to us with a new OGDP application. And so, but then allowing for discretion, both for the director and her recommendation to us on what we ought to do, both with approval of that location and whether or not we ought to approve drilling during the ozone season at that new location. Allow a good amount of discretion of taking that into account in the thinking along with everything else. And same for our decision making. We ought to be taking that into account, taking a hard look at it, but it shouldn't be if there was past non-compliance, we automatically deny, but it should be very informative to our thinking. So I am going to stop there.
Trying to locate unmute. A lot of information there, Commissioner Oath. Thanks for giving a accurate and good summary of all of that. I would note for the record that Commissioner Shea joined us a few minutes after we started up, so she's been here the whole time. Hi, nice to see you. Commissioners, questions for Commissioner Oath? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Oath, for going through that. I too appreciate it and am in line with pretty much everything you said. I just have a couple of questions, maybe detailed, maybe you've sussed these out in your mind already, maybe you haven't, but mostly centered around operators that don't do drilling but are in production, and appreciate the way that you've looked at that. So you mentioned that if a certain point is triggered that they're out of compliance, and I might have missed that. Did you mention a trigger point similar to the 20% that you did with the?
Yeah, I did. So I think the way I see it is that if for those who are in production only, they will need to be submitting either a certification that they are more than 20% compliant, or if they are not, then they would be submitting kind of all of the information for us to be able to assess, you know, if they were out of compliance or kind of in that closer buffer, whether or not we either think they can come into compliance or stay into compliance with some additional actions or changes, and ensure that those actions take place.
Thanks. Sorry to make you reiterate that. I appreciate it.
No
And
worries.
so how do you foresee that practice going then? Would staff then, would that be a trigger for staff to then create a compliance plan for them? Or would we just simply say, okay, here are the actions that we think you should take? I guess that might be kind of the same thing. And those could include, you know, plugging and abandoning, like you said, or shut-ins. How do you kind of foresee that action being taken by staff?
It's a great question. I think that's some detail probably we need to work through in the red lines. I see it, you know, as in those cases, the director has the ability to require the operator to take certain actions, and including kind of that list of things, plugging and abandoning, shutting in wells, additional ESPs or other activities.
Thanks. And I'm making this assumption, but just wanted to see your thought on this. I'm assuming that in no way would we authorize use of orphan well funds for compliance in this way, that it's intended to be at the cost of the operator. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but do agree.
Awesome. Thanks for all the thought that you've put into this. I really appreciate it. You tracked a lot of the issues that I had considered as well.
Other questions for Commissioner Oath? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Oath, for this analysis. I think one thing that stuck out to me is the kind of percentage over to kind of do the stay above the line and the kind of proposal the dogs you had there. I guess I'm curious why 20% versus 10%, or is there some number in the middle? I'm just kind of curious, like if not knowing the math aspect of it right away, I'm just kind of curious if we have an idea of how that might apply, how big a jump that is, et cetera.
Yeah, it's a great question. And it was why I asked Oxy about it also, right? How did they come to 10? And I think it's just trying to find a sense of, well, I should back up and say, I think none of us know how much variability there's going to be from year to year, right? And so to me, it's about trying to think about a percentage that I would feel, if an operator is X percentage overly compliant, that I would feel fairly confident that we don't need to take a closer look at their operations for the upcoming year, that I feel, you know, confident that they're going to remain in compliance. 10 feels too close of a call to me. I could see, you know, maybe I can see arguments for 15, 20 felt kind of safer. To me, I would note that this is by no means saying if an operator is at 18% or 15% or 12%, that they're going to not be able to do their activities in the upcoming season. It's just a closer look about kind of what does that look like? What are the proposed kind of all of the details around it to get to that approval of the Form 2D.
And I think, yeah, I'm just trying to get an idea on the number part of it, because again, I think without me knowing knowing kind of how the math on it works a little bit, I think it's a little bit interesting to try and look at it. One other thing I wanted to ask about is I know as you were talking about some of the shut-in aspects of it, wouldn't that change the intensity higher though if it's a shut-in, as isn't the denominator the production numbers?
That's a fair point, and so that might not be the right, just, that might not be the action that we want to take in certain circumstances, depending on kind of what is the situation with each particular operator. So that's why I like how it's written as could require them to take such actions, including, right? But it's not a must do these, this.
Okay. I think those were my initial questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Shea.
Thanks, Commissioner Oath. Really appreciate your thoughts on this, and I just want to make sure I understand what your thoughts are proposing here. So I wonder if you could help me understand. I understand that your proposal intends to utilize, to some extent, the interim reports and the consideration for interim reports, and so I'm trying to think about that, and I also understand that the desire to keep some discretion in the decision making on how to utilize certain elements. From a process standpoint, as we're applying these, how do you see us consider those interim reports? I mean, how much weight do we put on them? What other elements would inform consideration of the utilization of those interim reports? I mean, I wonder if you could just walk through in your mind how you see that process working.
Yep, I think that's a really great question. So to me, I think it's really important to think about it, the sequencing, and again, like the time lag in getting the data. So, for example, for this year of 2024, there will be an interim report provided this fall, but the annual report that's QA/QC'd and has all the information won't be available until next June. Actually, let's use 2025. Actually, that'll be a better example, because so let's say for 2025, the interim report will be available that fall. And so if an operator came in with an application in, let's say the Form 2D, for example, in February of 2026. If we're using only the annual report, we will be looking at just data from 2024. But if we also consider the interim report, we've got what happened in 2024 through the annual report, and then what happened in 2025 through the interim report. And so if there's a big difference there, like if things really jumped up, and I think that would be very informative to us in saying to want to look and understand what changed and to address that if we're going to allow additional activity, or vice versa, right? I think it's important to note if an operator's annual report from 2024 was concerning, but their interim report from 2025 shows much better. And I think if they're looking to drill in the upcoming season, we might say, this is good, like something has changed, in terms of the operations, and we need to make sure that is a kind of those changes are going to carry forward into the upcoming drilling season. So I think it should be, in terms of how we give it weight, we should be aware that it is a signal, but that it has some limitations in it that are not necessarily the case with the annual report.
Okay, that's super helpful. And I do want to note that I really appreciate how you framed the perspective of the whole conversation here and the authorities with CDPHE, but also the gaps and I think responsibilities of ECMC in this process as well. And so I think that was really good. You had talked about, and I think this is just perhaps a mistake in my notes, but I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at the same things, but Oxy's Exhibit 17 versus the rebuttal slides with a flow chart that's titled Exhibit 8. Is there a difference there, or is Exhibit 17 the red lines? I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the same things.
I have been, I think that the flow chart and Exhibit 17 go together.
Okay.
One thing I probably didn't make explicitly clear, which I should, another departure for me from Oxy's Exhibit 17 is that they have proposed to delete all of 316A. But to me, that is about the consideration of drilling during the ozone season in new locations. So I think that 316A should be retained, as should 306 and 307, because that has to do with consideration of past compliance with NOx intensity in the consideration of new locations and in the consideration of drilling during the ozone season in new locations. I do think that those sections in our August draft are fairly prescriptive in how they prescribe when a director will recommend approval, when the commission will approve, and vice versa. That's where I think I'd like the chance to work with staff on some red lines to simplify that a bit and really be about it's informative to us in our thinking, but that we should kind of be looking holistically for both of those pieces in terms of whether or not we would be approving or adding some COAs or denying based on past noncompliance.
No, I really appreciate that. And then for operators that are in production but not drilling, if there was to be a modification of the Form 2D to capture that, how do you see that happening?
The modification
or
of the form
perhaps-
itself.
Well, I don't know. I guess I didn't follow exactly from a process standpoint what the best way to capture that would be. I thought I heard you say it could be a modification of the Form 2D, or it could be some other process. And so I wanted to better understand your perspective on that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think I guess I didn't mean to say a different process. It could be a modification to the Form 2D or a different form. And I would want staff's, input on implementability. And I don't know how challenging it is to either modify a form or build a new form. So want to work with them on kind of those implementation details. But the way I would see it is there would be a new subsection here, right? Whether it's 316, I don't know, C or D or something, that, is requirements for operators that are in production only must submit either the Form 2D, and they would submit, fill out that portion of the Form 2D or a different form. But basically they would either be certifying that they're 20% or more compliant, or they would be saying they're not, but then providing all of that additional information to help us assess, whether or not additional action needs to be taken.
Okay, that's helpful. And I appreciate the intent to capture that. I think that is important as well. So those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Right.
Hey, thanks, Commissioner Oath. I just had one question, and actually two questions. And Commissioner Messner, I think you touched on this. I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, want to ask, but I figured I'd ask it anyway. So you had suggested, again, the non-drilling operators in some capacity would have to submit their NOx intensity. And I was just curious I just want to confirm that would go directly to ECMC. And I'm pretty sure you're aware that we get those annual and interim reports at the CDPHE, but just wanted to make sure your thought was kind of coming up with a different process for those to make it to ECMC for review.
Yeah, that's a great question. I am. So similar to like for the Form 2D, right? That's requiring operators to submit that information directly to ECMC, and I would see that similar for those in production only.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just to kind of hit on the perspective data that you're looking at operators to submit, that again would, so I think you mentioned this in some of your details that you talked about or worked through, that we look at, the CDPHE looks at compliance after the fact, right? So when non-compliance occurs, that's when we can come in and use enforcement tools to work with those operators. And when you're looking at the prospective data, that would just be going to ECMC for review and analysis to see, to make some decisions on future approval of future activities, right?
Yes, with maybe a caveat to that, which is for the Form 2D process, in the Exhibit 17, there is a pathway where there's a certain point at which the director has received a certain amount of information and does not feel comfortable that the operator is going to be able to comply in the prospective year, and so does have a step for consultation with CDPHE, and so that would be in some cases where we would be looking for some expertise and from you all in that step and in those cases.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. That's all I had.
Further questions? Commissioner Oath, what do you anticipate as kind of next steps?
So if we're kind of coalescing around these concepts, I think what I would suggest is I can work with staff over the next period of time to work on the red lines, particularly for production only, as well as the new OGDPs, kind of some simplification of those subsections, and bring those back in some capacity, just as we bring a whole package together so we all can see what that looks like. But I would just go ahead and try to work with them to carry out that intent and those concepts.
Yeah, and I think, again, we're kind of looking at a lot of different components and the wheels are moving at various places, so that makes sense.
Okay. I can do that. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Cross, did you have something? Or
I was just gonna say, kind of going back to the numbers there, I still a little curious on the 20%. I think that's the only thing that kind of has me hung up. And again, I think it's hard just out the numbers. And so I'm just wondering about, that's my biggest concern at this point in time, is just trying to understand that. I don't want to, I completely understand, and I was glad to see Oxy address it as well. I agree with you. I'm not sure 10% is necessarily the number. I'm not sure what an appropriate number is. I don't want to make it such a big number that it's not going to apply to anyone, but I'm not sure what that number would be, as you said, if it's, 10%, 15%, 20, like I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I certainly want it to be a viable pathway also, but also want it to be enough that we really, again, it doesn't mean that someone who is at 18% wouldn't get approval. It's just some additional analysis that would need to be done. I'm certainly open if, you all feel like a different number is the more appropriate way to go, and you would feel comfortable at a lower percentage with enough confidence.
But I mean, I'd be curious other commissioners' thoughts on that as well, but.
Commissioner Messner?
To answer Commissioner Cross's question, I'm comfortable with the 20% because again, it's a threshold for additional information or different additional analysis, and so I think that that's an appropriate buffer.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, I'll just concur. I think honestly, a 10%, you could argue that's within a margin of error, whereas a 20% might demonstrate a little more thoroughly that there were additional efforts made to come in, you know, under the percentage. So I feel more comfortable at that percentage as well.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. I did have one more question, and so in your concept, I wonder, like, where does I think the concept is that the director has the discretion to make these determinations, but does the commission play a role in any of this? Commissioners?
Do the commissioners play a role in any of this? Yes. So I would see for the Form 2D, the commissioners would play a role if in the case where the director denies a Form 2D, there is an appeal pathway to the commission. So the commission would have a role there. With respect to new OGDPs, the commission would have certainly a role both in the approval of the new location as well as approval for drilling within the ozone season. So it's that part is in 306, 307, and 316A. And so kind of those work together in terms of the director making the recommendation and it ultimately being commission determination and action on that OGDP application. I think for production only, it's probably going to be the same as the Form 2D, where it's really kind of director, but if we probably need to build in, like, if the director imposes action on an operator, there's an appeal pathway to the commission. I guess that's how I see it.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on these concepts? All right, I think we're gonna allow you to do what you indicated, Commissioner Oath, and work with staff a little bit, and we'll put a pin on this. Does any commissioner have an area they'd like to focus in on next? I'm sorry, who raised their hand? Just looking down. Commissioner Cross or Commissioner Messner? I can't.
If Commissioner
I don't know
Cross
who
wants to
won.
go, I was gonna, so the couple of things that is still on my list, just so you know, and it can fit in anywhere, but just to kind of talk about at least what's on my list so you can determine where it best fits. But community liaisons is on my list, and I've got some thoughts about that. I've got Rule 308, 311, 312 is still on my list. And then I do have some additional thoughts on process beyond the pre-application steps that were initially discussed yesterday. And so it doesn't matter where those fit in, but I wanted to let you know what else was on my list.
Okay, Commissioner Cross, what do you have in terms of?
I think the first two I was going to try and bring up would probably be the kind of the remainder of 304, some of the alternative location analysis, lesser impact area exemptions, and also caps.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we take, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, and then Commissioner Cross, you've not really had a chance to lead off. We'll come back to you. Does that make sense? And then Commissioner Messner, your stuff can tally in as well following that. So let's return at 10:16. All right, welcome back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. We continue in our cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. I would recognize Commissioner Cross for some next deliberative steps.
Perfect. Thank you. I will start with some of the 304 issues, and I recognize that Commissioner Messner yesterday touched on some of those a little bit. So I will try and, as much as possible, skip over those. I think a large part of this is focused around alternative location analysis, but there was a couple of other small things that came up. One, and this will go into my next topic as well, and that's with caps, but I tried to make sure I had some conversations during breaks as well, with some of the people that had specific conversations and comments and concerns with respect to caps, including, for example, 350 Colorado and allied local governments. And I appreciate those conversations. Allied local governments did have some concerns about some of the clarity, especially with respect to when alternative location analysis is required. And I'll talk about this a little bit more on the cap aspect. But one of the points was with respect to 304B. Currently, it says all Form 2As will include the following information unless otherwise provided in a commission order approving a cap pursuant to 314. And they just proposed changing it, and instead of talking about a proposed order, essentially just referencing except as, and I think the language they actually used was except as provided in Rule 314B for certain Form 2As with approved caps. And I think it's easier. I agree with that language, and I can send this to Sabrina and the AAGs as well, but I think it's easier to reference the rule as opposed to talking about except as with certain approved orders, and that just kind of makes it a little messy. So I agreed with that, and I think that would be the first change within it. Going into the alternative location analysis specifically, I'll say at the outset, this first part is with respect to 304 rule alternative location analysis. Again, I'll talk about the alternative location analysis with caps later. But I have to say, I think the alternative location analysis is one of the most important things we do in assessing an OGDP, where criteria is met, like the proximity to RBUs, the high priority habitat, et cetera. This is, I think, the first way we really say, are we following this mitigation hierarchy? Are we recognize something's here, let's look at alternative locations. Can we first avoid this? And only then, if we can't avoid it, okay, let's look at how are we minimizing it. With this location, are we going to be able to say, we're going to be near an RBU anyway, how can we get away from the most RBUs? How can we do that? And so I think it's an important topic for our mitigation hierarchy and how we best protect and regulate in a manner that's protective. And so I think that this is, to me, a key thing that we get right. I'll admit I've had some back and forth with some of the proposed changes on this. And so I'll also say that I had some conversations with staff about the proposed changes. Under the existing rules, we had certain criteria that would cause an ALA to come into effect. And that would be proximity to RBUs. It would be being within a high priority habitat. It would be things like being in a floodplain, a riparian corridor, et cetera. And if you have those receptors, that's what caused an ALA to happen. And I know that a lot of the comments that we received against that change were, if there's no receptors, why are we having to do an ALA? And I'll also say some of the comments were that was, this creates an incentive to avoid, so we don't have to do an ALA analysis. I'm going to start off saying I disagree completely with that line of thinking. I think that the incentive to avoid should be there no matter what, whether an ALA is required or not, as that's the primary focus of our mitigation hierarchy. So with that, I did have some concerns about the fact that we were removing that criteria. And so that was part of the reason I wanted to make sure I talked to staff to understand this, because from an efficiency standpoint, not only for operators filing an application, why are they doing this analysis if there's not receptors, but from a staff standpoint, why are they trying to look at an analysis and review an analysis if there's not receptors? And the response that I got was, regardless of whether there was going to be receptors or not, staff is still going to have to go and do another check to see if those receptors are in the area. So by requiring the ALA analysis, regardless of whether there's a receptor present, that kind of allows it to be a situation where staff then understands and can look at and say, we've looked at some different areas, there's no receptors anywhere around. And I know Ms. Trask kind of described it as almost an ALA light. So if there's not receptors here, there's not receptors there, the location's really not going to be an area of concern because there's not receptors other places. But if there are receptors in nearby areas, it shows and provides transparency that we are avoiding these things. And that made me feel more comfortable with requiring the ALA at all times. I think I'd still have some concerns, again, from an efficiency standpoint in staff. I know we often talk about how can we make our process more efficient and easier on staff. And so one of the things I'd like to propose is making sure that it's known either through guidance, SBP, et cetera, that this really would be an ALA light, just show a couple locations to prove that there's no receptors around. Or perhaps we require some of what would be filed with an ALA now that shows the map of receptors in the area. And so if they show that map of what receptors would be in that area and there's no receptors, then I don't think the analysis, even a light analysis, would be necessary because it accomplishes the goal of what was being required and requested by staff for that purpose. So I don't know if people want to kind of big picture address that thought process of it first, or me to kind of go into more on it. Because there's also issues with looking at local government analysis, et cetera. So, but I think big picture, that was the first thing that jumped out to me is now we're getting rid of the criteria and requiring it all the time. And this was kind of the purpose for it. And so I wanted to get everyone's thoughts on what an analysis like that might look like. Would it be a full analysis? Would it be an analysis light? Maybe we could avoid the analysis if there's not receptors, as long as there's a showing, a demonstration that there's not receptors.
And so where do you think you're landing on that, Commissioner Cross?
I think from an efficiency standpoint, I think it would be easiest if instead of having an analysis altogether, if we had the map that showed here's what RBUs are within the mile, kind of looking at what we would require within that alternative location analysis now. So here's a map showing here's where floodplains are, here's where riparian habitat is, here's where high priority habitat is, here's where RBUs are in the area, as a way to demonstrate we didn't select this location just willy-nilly, like there aren't receptors. I also think it's important to note that this is likely not going to apply to a lot of circumstances. I think most of the time when we're having an area where there's not any receptors, it's been some of the helium OGDPs in the southeast. There's been a couple on the eastern plains. But even in a lot of those situations, we're still hitting at least one of the criteria. So I think this would be a limited circumstance. But my initial thought was, I think from an efficiency standpoint for staff, it would be easier to, if they're already putting together those maps to try and see if there's receptors, if the operators can just provide that information, then it makes it easier for staff and nobody has to either conduct or review an analysis where there's not receptors where they're proposing to drill anyway.
I think that seems fair. What are others' thoughts? Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking along the lines of how that interacts with this question of the cumulative impacts analysis, Commissioner Cross, that how are you, because some of those components are the same. How are you looking at that through the ALA perspective? Are you looking at, considering a cumulative impacts analysis for each ALA, or are you looking at it from a broader perspective like that and then pulling in kind of some of those things from this same analysis? I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, and that was one of the next points I was going to touch on is certainly as a precursor, I don't think an ALA needs to be done for every alternative location analysis. That's one of the changes in the August draft that I think was appropriate, because a lot of times doing the analysis for the alternative location may show that it's really not feasible. And I know I've brought this example up numerous times, but there's a lot of times where here's somebody in Weld County say, here's one area where we were able to avoid RVUs. However, it's not feasible because as we talked to that surface owner, it's a certified organic farm. And for them, it was absolutely a non-starter, no matter what kind of protections you could put on there, because they'd lose their certification. And so if that is one of the alternatives that they have to analyze, it makes sense to analyze that alternative, but doing a cumulative impact analysis for something that's absolutely a no-go doesn't really make sense. And so I think in that sense, looking at requiring that more detailed cumulative impact analysis for every alternative doesn't make sense if there's a very good reason that there's not going to be, that this is not going to be used, whether it's 100% would not be able to get an SUA, whether it's, well, here's another alternative, but it actually is a lot closer to a lot of RVUs. We're not really going to consider something that instead of being near 1 RVU is near 30 RVUs. So I don't think we need to conduct an analysis of that level of detail for something that's absolutely going to be a no-go. And so I was appreciative of staff's revision because of that in the August draft to say, explain why the cumulative impact analysis wouldn't be done, but the cumulative impact analysis would only be done for the proposed location.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on it. I'll be honest with you, I struggled as well with the necessity to do an alternative location analysis for every single site, and whether that was unnecessary procedural step, understanding that there's lots of other analysis and plans that would be applicable that would capture, I think, in many ways what you're indicating the intent would be, which is to understand essentially the lay of the land and the proximity to sensitive receptors. And so I think you're right. I think it is procedurally possible to require an alternative location analysis for every site, but and in our current rules, we don't determine how many sites need to get evaluated. And so there's some discretion there for an operator to make a determination of how many sites they're evaluating. I think another path forward here is to do just a little more work on what criteria would require an alternative location analysis. And, currently, we have certain criteria that apply, and they apply on, like you said, a significant number of our OGDP applications. But there's some that they don't apply. And there's some circumstances where, that criteria could be expanded to, I think, capture some additional considerations inside disproportionately impacted communities, but still wouldn't necessarily require an ALA for every circumstance. So I say all of this to say, I think what you're proposing works, having an ALA for every scenario, but having different applications of that ALA depending on the sensitive receptors that are there. I also think another approach would be to refine the criteria for when an alternative location analysis is applicable, and still ensure a robust alternative location analysis in situations where it is very appropriate to have that alternative location analysis and the considerations and the rules that would apply. So I guess I go either way. If we go away from requiring an alternative location analysis for or not requiring an alternative location for every analysis, I would want to have a more in-depth conversation about what criteria would trigger an alternative location analysis. But so those are my thoughts.
Okay. And I'll say I really appreciate that, and that was going to be kind of one of my additional comments on that as well. For concern that it be done for those local governments that have their own process, the alternative location analysis is also often part of that process. And so I want to make sure that we're not duplicating or kind of reinventing a wheel on certain things like that. And one of the other notes that I had was, I think we could also look into the potential of expanding the criteria for a greater proximity in disproportionately impacted communities. And I know that that's one of the things that we've been talking about as well. Whether it's the half mile, whether it's the 4,000 feet, whether it's the mile, we've kind of talked about that. And so I did have in there as a note that I think it'd be appropriate to talk about an expansion of the proximity if we are going to have that be a criteria, if we continue with the criteria aspect of it, as opposed to a blanket requirement.
Commissioner Oath and then Commissioner Shea.
Thanks. So part of this may be me not totally understanding yet what your suggestion was, so apologies, and I appreciate the focus on RVUs and sensitive receptors in people. But for determining the best location, shouldn't we also be, again, sorry, maybe this is built into what you're proposing, but shouldn't we also be thinking about impacts to water, wildlife, other things about kind of ideal locations? So how does that fit in? And again, maybe it's just like generally helping me better understand what you're suggesting.
100%. And one of the things that I like about the criteria that we use currently is that that's the kind of receptors that are taken into account. It's not just proximity to an RBU, HOBU, et cetera. It's also proximity to priority habitat. It's also proximity to riparian areas, to different, and so there's an entire list of criteria that talks about these sensitive receptors. And so if under the rules as written now, if you do touch upon one of these receptors, an ALA is required. And that way, again, that's how we make sure that we focus on our mitigation hierarchy to say, all right, if there's these receptors, let's look at alternative locations, not just pick what's easiest. But if you look at this location, this would get you outside of the high priority habitat, but maybe moving outside of the high priority habitat moves you within 1,100 feet of several RBUs. And so maybe that's why you didn't choose that location. Or maybe, as I mentioned, maybe the only way to avoid would be to go on this location, but that's a non-starter with the surface owner because it's an organic certified farm. And so that might be a non-starter. But so that's how currently the different receptors are used now as a criteria as to whether to do the alternative location analysis. And then from there, we can make sure, did the operator take that hard look? Did they try and say, why are you ultimately going with that? And if you have a bunch of negotiations with a landowner and they're just not willing to have something on that surface, that might be able to say, this was our initial proposal. And we hear that a lot of times, especially from the local governments as they talk, is our initial proposal was over here. We simply weren't able to get a surface use agreement. We weren't able to come to an agreement on how that could be done. And again, as it looks at the local government, we oftentimes hear Weld County talk about the haul route was not appropriate for their first option. And so as they looked at the alternative location, we don't want a haul route that's going to be the same route used for school buses. And so that's how those receptors are in place now. And that's one of the things I do like about it. Again, that's why my initial thought was, why are we getting rid of the criteria and just requiring it? Bar none. Understanding staff's position a little bit better, I'm just wondering if we could maybe keep that criteria, require the ALA if that criteria is met, and then if the criteria is not met, have some kind of demonstration of what staff's ultimately looking for anyway, and kind of why this proposal went in. And that's, we want to know if the area overall has these receptors. Because maybe they're like, yeah, we have this area, it's 2,001 feet away from a receptor, so we just put it here because that's why we did it. But if there's transparency in the process and understanding that, yeah, maybe this one specific location didn't have any receptors, but there's no receptors in the area, period, then maybe an ALA is not required at that point in time.
Okay, I think I understand. So it's keep the criteria, but if the criteria aren't triggered, adding a requirement for kind of an explanation to get at that last part of what you just said.
Yeah,
Okay.
so one of the things that's required in the ALA now is drawings and maps that show what's out there. And I think if instead of doing the full analysis, just providing that information that says, here's what's out there, it kind of gets at what, and I hope I'm properly summarizing what Ms. Trask indicated to me as part of staff's concern. If they're still trying to look at what's out there, but operators can provide that, it still makes it a more efficient process for both operators and for staff to not have to go through an analysis or maybe do guidance as to what an analysis might look like in those situations where there's really not receptors.
Okay.
Instead, they can kind of get that box checked to make sure there's not receptors in the area without having to do the analysis or review the analysis.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Cross. Just one question. And I'm thinking, trying to understand what you're saying and then what the point you just made with Commissioner Oath, but do you think there are situations where a cumulative impact analysis might be asked for with an alternative location? Like if two sites are really close on how to choose it, or I'm just thinking if you don't have an alternative location analysis and your cumulative impact analysis comes back with something that like it might be helpful to have that additional alternative location and understand maybe why if two sites were close in choice.
Frankly, I think that's on the operator. As Commissioner Messner mentioned yesterday, ultimately this is the operator's burden. And so if there's something that kind of maybe raises some hairs in their cumulative impact analysis, but they don't want to provide that for one of their alternatives, that ultimately is kind of left to us to say like, no, I don't know, this raises some potential concerns.
Okay.
I think critically, the way that we review the applications is not, we want you to drill here instead of here. We have to make sure that our rules are being adhered to. And so again, that's the burden of the operator. And if they say we want site selection A instead of site selection B, and they can demonstrate to us, we tried to avoid, we couldn't avoid, or we did avoid with this, and where we couldn't avoid, we minimized these impacts. We've followed the rules, we've done our cumulative impact analysis. I think that's their burden to show us and something we look at, as opposed to saying, well, we'd rather you do it over here, because then it starts to become, maybe we view two RVUs impacted, but also high priority habitat differently than severe winter range, but no RVU. And it becomes sort of an individual commissioner by commissioner balance at that point. What resources may be most important? So I think ultimately the short answer is it really comes down to the operator's burden to show their selection, as long as they've met our process requirements and they've followed the rules. Their selection does demonstrate that they've avoided, and where they can avoid, minimize and mitigate and meet our rules.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Further questions for Commissioner Cross? Go ahead.
So again, and I'll just touch on it quickly because I think it was brought up there. My next point was going to be on not wanting the cumulative impact analysis for all locations. So that was going to be the next thing I talked about. The next would be the 304B7 modifications. And it specifically talked about the inclusion of additional information in the alternative location analysis, especially identification of DI communities, proximity to building units in DI communities, et cetera. I'll just say I think that it's appropriate to include that information, kind of as was discussed with Commissioner Messner. I think that's an important thing to include in that analysis if it's done.
Tend to agree. Others? Keep going.
The next part was
Roll.
304C19, which would be the community outreach plan. And this was something that came up several times, and I know Commissioner Messner mentioned it yesterday as well. And so I kind of made some comments on it. So I'll just briefly say again, I know one of the proposals that came out, and I think industry agreed to as well, is we can expand this community outreach, not to just DI communities in proximity, but also just communities overall, to have this outreach plan. And so I support the extension of that community outreach plan to a half mile, regardless of the presence in the disproportionately impacted community. So I don't, again, that was talked about yesterday, so I don't know if we want to have additional discussion on that.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks. I agree with that, Commissioner Cross, and certainly I've been considering the distance of notification on that. And so I think you just mentioned half mile. Can you just share your thoughts on that a little bit more on that distance?
Yeah, I think one of the things that stuck out to me, and I think it was first brought up by Conservation Colorado, of, you know, we have the direct impacts as kind of they've been identified, the affected person status, direct impacts within 2,000 feet. As we heard from a lot of testimony, once you get outside the 2,000 feet, the risk associated with some of those impacts starts to greatly decline. We heard that from Dr. McMullen, we heard that from CDPHE, specifically Cape Fury talked about it. And so what we've focused on to date is that 2,000 foot barrier. But a lot of what we heard in comments was, yeah, but sometimes there's someone just outside of that 2,000 feet. And so we don't want to have a situation where maybe a homeowner is not notified because their RVU is 2,005 feet away rather than within that 2,000 foot distance. And so one of the things that's done currently especially with respect to the caps, is having this community outreach plan. And we heard a lot of industry say, yeah, we do the community outreach plan. A lot of them do it, even if it's not within a cap. And so I think that that's something that can go a long ways in trying to make sure that, one, we're having more transparency in our process with everyone, moving it outside that 2,000 foot barrier that we've kind of talked about. Again, not affecting who the affected party status is, not affecting standing, the direct impacts, but making sure that people understand what's happening nearby them, making sure that people understand, you know, here's what's happening, and an opportunity to have the operators reach out to those community members, talk to those community members, get an understanding of what's happening in the area, let them know their plans, and similar to what's being done now, but expanding it beyond to make sure that we include those people that might be just missed because of that 2,000 foot barrier we currently have.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Commissioner Cross. And you know, after yesterday's discussion about distance on notice requirements that was led by Commissioner Messner, certainly, you know, I like symmetry, and so I'm trying to think about how those two things align with one another. If we have notice requirements that extend ultimately out beyond that distance, and then we have a community outreach plan that's a half a mile, do you have, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but did you have any thoughts about the importance of aligning those two or not aligning those two approaches?
I think it is important to align them. As Commissioner Messner mentioned yesterday, equity is a big part of this. And so what I'm proposing is this, regardless of a DIC, having this community outreach extend beyond the 2,000 foot barrier that we have now. And so, you know, I know that, as was brought up last week as well as yesterday, Green Latinos had talked about maybe 4,000 feet instead of the full mile. And so I think that could be a good alternative as well, to say, maybe if it's not a DI community, it goes out the half mile. If it is a DI community, it going out to 4,000 feet. And I think that's a good way to understand those equity concerns, provide that actual procedural justice and procedural parity that has been lacking and has been talked about being lacking by many of the parties to date. So I think that I put the half mile out there because that was in some of the specific comments that were provided. And it's, again, a way to go beyond that 2,000 foot barrier, but I could easily see some symmetry with that as well.
Commissioner Ackerman?
No, I agree. I think symmetry is important. I do think we can continue to talk about what we think those appropriate distances are. And so I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. And apologies if I stepped on your toes on evaluating some of this. I noticed procedural, I was getting confused as to exactly what rules to evaluate there. So appreciate that you also are looking hard at these. So I'll argue with you just a little bit here. So I appreciate the half mile. I do. And so for me, the half mile broadly applied makes sense. You know, I think that there is symmetry and understanding in our rules, you know, the distance of 2,000 feet. And to me, that distance of 2,000 feet is a you know, associated with direct public health impacts, right? So whether that's light, whether that's noise, whether that's emissions, traffic, whatever that may be, right? And so expanding that from a community outreach perspective is capturing the neighborhood, like I said yesterday, associated with, you know, a new proposed activity. And to me, that just makes sense to capture the general neighborhood around that particular proposal. And so I would agree with you on the half mile piece broadly applied. Now, in disproportionately impacted communities, I do think that there needs to be considerations for an expanded scope for community outreach. And the reason that I say, in addition to the stuff that I had indicated yesterday, is these are areas that are disproportionately impacted. They're potentially, you know, have cumulative impacts that need to be considered because of the perhaps density of activities that are happening in those areas, not just oil and gas. The rule we're discussing, 304 C19, does talk about cumulative impacts. And so it doesn't talk about direct impacts. It talks also about cumulative impacts. And so we're talking about this in an area that has some cumulative impacts associated with it already. And so having a broader application of this community outreach plan in an area where we're trying to evaluate and address cumulative impacts and involving the community in that discussion, and engaging the community more broadly than in an area where maybe that density of wells or that cumulative aspects of it are not as apparent, makes me think that the half mile and the mile are very appropriate metrics to apply in this particular rule, particularly after the discussion yesterday, where the commission landed in a lot of respects on a 1 mile impact area. And so that acknowledges that some evaluation for cumulative impacts needs to extend out to a mile. And so to me, it makes sense to also contemplate extending that mile inside disproportionately impacted communities, where there is already some level of impact associated with those areas. And so that's my rationale for the mile and the half mile in this particular scenario. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear with where I was coming from on that.
Thank you for the clarity, Commissioner Messner. I tend to think there's no neighborhood that's a mile long. And I tend to want to pivot to where Green Latinos has ended up with the 4,000 feet. So those are my sort of thoughts on that. Half mile and then 4,000 feet if it's within DI. And that's kind of just kind of across the board as we talk about notice, et cetera. Others with thoughts? Commissioner Oath and Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. And Commissioner Cross, thanks for all of these thoughts. I mean, kind of backing up in general, want to say I agree with expanding the obligation for a community outreach plan beyond just and just personally impacted communities. So appreciate that and agree with that. On the distance component, I'm still looking forward to that matrix to help me get my arms around consistent thinking around this and what exactly makes sense in terms of the distance, including for this component. The only other comment I have around this, I'm not sure if it belongs here or in a conversation around the community liaison. I'll throw it out here and you all can decide if we want to talk about it here or parking lot it. But when we were in the geothermal rulemaking hearing, we talked about community groups and community outreach plans and the ability, having how important community organizations and are in terms of best practices for getting notice out to folks. And so but that it's challenging to identify if there is one and who can speak on behalf of a community and things like that. So I think the concept we ended up going with there was, having an operator when they're developing an outreach plan, engaging with the community liaison and using their expertise on whether or not there is a community-based organization relevant community-based organization in the area, and then working with that organization to kind of distribute notice and information to the community. So I feel like there's a similar opportunity here that, in those kinds of circumstances, it would be really great to have the operators kind of, consulting with the community liaison, and then to the extent that there's an organization that can be part of this outreach plan of like, how are they going to get information out to people and make it understandable, and what's the best pathway, how are people getting information? I think I'd like to incorporate that.
And I'll just say, I completely agree. I didn't really touch on the community liaison aspect of it because I know community liaison is kind of an additional discussion here. But I agree. I think when it comes down to, especially when it comes to disproportionately impacted communities, I've been a strong proponent of the community liaison because I think it's, as you said, it helps identify who the appropriate groups are to get people to talk to. It can help with the communications if there's distrust with it. I think it's a way to bring people together. I absolutely agree. And whether it's a part of the community outreach plan is to engage with the community liaison, I'd be fine with that. I don't know if it needs to be said or if it can be part of maybe again, as we discussed with Korean Latinos last Friday, kind of the duties and wanting to make sure that this is an illustrative rather than an exhaustive list of duties. I think that that's one of the areas where it can be discussed as well, to make sure that that's known, that that's part of the process.
Good point, Commissioner Oath, and I agree as well. Commissioner Messner, you had raised your hand, and you're also the commissioner that was assigned community liaison. We might have a segue piece here as well. So you're recognized.
Yeah, so I want to go to the community liaison piece because that, as you indicated, Commissioner Oath, was something that I think is contemplated. But I do want to make at least my point clear to the commissioners. Half mile is the neighborhood. 1 mile in my proposal has to do with cumulative impact areas and the community that is within those. And so there is a difference between a neighborhood at the half mile and the impact area that this commission determined yesterday of 1 mile for evaluation of cumulative impacts. And those are the metrics that I'm applying and the philosophy that I'm applying, at least in my opinion. So I did want to make that clear. But happy to go into community liaisons whenever it's appropriate.
Commissioner Cross, I'll look to you to make the determination of appropriateness here. You had the dialogue going. Did you have more you wanted to move into, or should we move to CL?
Sorry, I realized I was on mute there. I have 2 more what I think are small points under 304, and so I don't know if it makes sense to go from there to community liaison, but we're also obviously discussing it now, so I don't know if it makes sense to go back. I might
Why don't
almost
you
like.
go ahead and let's walk through your last couple of points and then we can switch.
The first of the last 2 points is the lesser impact area exemptions. And a key part of what was proposed in the draft rules was not allowing the lesser impact area exemption within the proximity of RBUs in the DIC. I think that's absolutely appropriate, and I think similar to what we're talking about. I think if you have that proximity to 2 RBUs, we shouldn't have the lesser area exemption anyway, and perhaps that proximity should be extended for RBUs in a disproportionately impacted community for the lesser area exemption.
Others with thoughts? Commissioner Messner?
Sorry, Commissioner Cross, can you just say it one more time so that I make sure that I understand?
Yeah, so the way the draft rules state now, it includes no exemptions from the lesser area impact or lesser impact area if within 2,000 feet of RBU, HOBU, et cetera, in a DIC. I think that can be applied more broadly. I think there shouldn't be the lesser impact area exemption if within 2,000 feet within or without or not within a disproportionately impacted community. And I think we again could expand that for a disproportionately impacted community beyond the 2,000 feet.
Holistically inside of a disproportionately impacted community.
Expand the proximity amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you,
Because ultimately I think that there's, again, the proximity part to me is still important because we often look at the disproportionately impacted communities in the DJ Basin, close to a lot of neighborhoods, et cetera. We also have disproportionately impacted communities and large swaths of land on the west slope. And so, you know, if there's nobody within 4,000 feet, nobody within half a mile, whatever the case may be on the west slope, and it's still within a disproportionately impacted community, I could still see a lesser impact area exemption in that kind of situation, even though it's within a DIC, because really there's not that impact.
thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I think that is in line with, I think, my option B that I had presented yesterday. Although for consistency in my approach, my thought process, I would apply a mile in that circumstances inside of a DSC as well.
Commissioner Cross?
But I think that, again, I think that this is large agreement. I think it's trying to identify the appropriate areas and we can kind of come down from there. I think when we're talking about the impact area here, it is more of a direct impact that we're looking at, as opposed to kind of the cumulative impacts of what we're looking at for this. And so I think this is more of the half mile or 4,000 feet in this situation, as we're looking at the direct impacts of the actual operations here at this point in time.
Commissioner Oath, thought you may have raised your hand.
I did, just to quickly say, I tend to agree with keeping the lesser impact areas, but adding these exemptions, and been open certainly to expanding that as proposed, with the caveat of, I think we're still trying to land on the right distances throughout the rules, but conceptually in agreement.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, just like Commissioner Oath, exactly the same. I wonder if we could include this topic within whatever table we're putting together for analysis as well. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Just making some notes. And then my last issue on Rule 304 was the substantial equivalent submissions. And so previously, or I guess there are current rules, operators are allowed to submit information or plans developed for local land use, local government land use processes, or for federal land use processes if they're on BLM, Forest Service land, et cetera. in lieu of some of the requirements for 304B and 304C. This can include alternative location analyses, facility designs, resource maps, operational plans, etc. Under the proposed draft, these submittals can be used as kind of supplemental information, but no longer satisfy the requirements for the alternative location analysis or for the cumulative impact analysis. Generally, I agree with this modification. I think that bright line might be a little too specific. And I think the way I would rephrase it is to say it could still be used in lieu of if it contains the same information. And I think this is more likely going to apply with respect to the local government processes, because again, a lot of the local governments have based their local land use regulations for oil and gas on what we do as a commission, and maybe go a little bit further. And so, especially if they require an ALA, they require the same information in an ALA. I don't know that we need to not be able to rely on that same information and it just merely be supplemental if it's requiring the same things that we require now. I could see the same thing applying to cumulative impact analysis, but we have pretty specific proposals for cumulative impact analysis. So I'm guessing it's not going to be identical. But again, I could see a local land use or a local government trying to apply our cumulative impact analysis rules in the future in their local regulations and maybe going further. And if that was the case, I don't want to create a bright line rule that says, no, you can't use this, if it might actually be the same or even more detailed. And so I just would get rid of that kind of bright line rule for it and say it can't be used, or it can be used in lieu of if it has the same information as required by ours, just to not have that bright line cut off for it.
Thanks for those thoughts. I tend to agree. Commissioner Oath?
Just a clarifying question. How is that different than the current rule then?
So the current rule does allow it. So if you were to do an alternative location analysis.
If it's basically the same information. So I hear what you're saying is we should allow it if it's the same information. So that's why I don't.
But right now, a local government might say, yeah, we have an alternative land use or an alternative location analysis, but it might not be as detailed as ours, because we do have a very specific set of things that are required in both the what's being looked at, what's being filed with it, the maps, the drawings, etc. Whereas a local government might say, yeah, we're required to do A, B, and C, but not D, E, and F. And so under the proposed rule change, it would say what the local government used can be submitted as supplemental information, I think is the way it's worded, but it can't be used in lieu of our information. And so my only change would be, if it does contain the same thing as what our 304B and 304C require, then it should be able to be used in lieu of, rather than just bright line, it can't be used.
Okay, I think I understand the distinction.
Others with thoughts here? Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks, Commissioner Cross. This one does make me scratch my head a little bit, and so I want to hear your thoughts, since you dove a little deeper in it than perhaps I did. But you know, I read the current rules as you know, allowing that substantially equivalent information or plans developed through, for example, a local government land use process, you know, in lieu of providing certain information in our process, but nothing in the rule precludes the director of the commission from requiring the operator to submit information or plans otherwise required by the rules, because the director determines the information or plans developed through the local government land use process is not equivalent. And so there's an evaluation that's done there.
Yeah.
I personally think that it's important to utilize local government information if it is applicable, or to allow that local government information to be included and then supplemented by the operator. But by requiring duplication, I guess I'm not fully understanding why. I think that it would be much more challenging to have substantially equivalent cumulative impacts analysis, although not impossible, because as you indicated, it's possible that a local government may mirror our rules and regulations in their local process, as we've seen some local governments do. However, I guess my question is there information in our alternative location analysis or cumulative impacts analysis that is essential to require an operator to only utilize our process versus some substantially equivalent submittal requirement from a local government as you looked at it? I mean, I guess I'm still trying to understand intent.
I will say I'm not sure without looking at a specific example, what information may or may not be. I certainly don't want to say if a local government says, we're not going to look at a mile impact area, or we're not going to look at traffic, or we're not going to look at water resources, but we are looking at emissions, we are looking at high priority habitat, but maybe they don't include some of that stuff. I fully understand saying, as you said, sure, that can be supplemental information. I think what was done at the local government level is important. And I could say, but I think we need to have the other stuff that we require under our rules. You know, the amount of time and effort that we're putting into this to make sure that we're identifying the appropriate things for cumulative impact analysis. I want to make sure that we get that done as the cumulative impact analysis is done. And I think from at least what I think you're getting at, I think we're on the same page. I think if the local government is saying, because we're still going to be able to use if a stormwater management plan is submitted for a local government, the rule would still, even as drafted now, would still allow us to use that stormwater management plan. I think the only difference is the ALA, the draft rule now says submit an ALA regardless. You can still submit the local government one, but it's just supplemental. But you still have to submit our ALA. You still have to submit our cumulative impact analysis. And my only thought is, I think that's appropriate, but at the same time, if they're doing a mirroring, as you called it, the mirroring of what our rules are, I think it's kind of unnecessary to say, well, yeah, maybe the local government can be submitted as supplemental when it's really the same as, or maybe even more detailed than what we require under the rules.
Okay, well, thanks for that. If there's additional information on that as far as the intent, because I also agree, I think, with what you said, that I'm not sure there needs to be a bright line here. And it's certainly possible that the existing rule, current rule, not draft rule, I think meets intent here with some of this detail, maybe as to, you know, what specificity needs to be included for consideration of substantial equivalency in the statement of basis and purpose may be a more appropriate avenue than having a bright line in the rules itself to not allow for substantially equivalent for alternative location analysis at the local level. Again, I think the cumulative impacts analysis becomes a little more challenging, but I don't know. So that was my thought in my notes, is that to have this in the statement of basis and purpose rather than a bright line inside of a rule. But I'll just leave it at that, I guess. But I think I'm missing some intent here. So if staff wants to fill me in on what the intent is, I'm happy to hear it.
Ms. Trask?
I think I just got called up, so I wanted to give a little bit of insight here. What we were trying to go for by this bright line in 304E is with the proposed changes of the ALA, I'm not exactly sure what the ALA is going to look like, especially now that we're contemplating potentially an ALA light. And so I agree with both Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Messner that we could probably take another look at this, remove that bright line in the rule, and either put in the SPP, and certainly we intend to put out new guidance for the ALA, because I do think that it is a missed opportunity for us if there is a local government or a federal substantially equivalent ALA, we want to use that. I think the concern, though, is that with whatever changes we're making to the ALA process, it needs to be addressed here as well. I think that for cumulative impacts, to my knowledge, there is no local government currently requiring a cumulative impacts analysis. And so I do think that there could be, again, totally open to changing what we have, but I want to make sure that for cumulative impacts analysis, that the operator produces the analysis that meets our rule requirement. And so I can see maybe that prohibition, I guess, for substantially equivalent for CI analysis, because I don't think they exist anywhere else. But I do think that there is room for improvement around the ALA on this. So I'm happy to take whatever direction the commission wants to give.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Trask, for that. And I will say, I think Commissioner Messner is right. I think it might be best addressed in the statement of basis and purpose. I don't, and completely agree. I don't think there's anybody currently that does the cumulative impact analysis. And I don't think there's anybody currently that does the ALA with the same level of information that we have in our draft rules. But we don't know that that might happen in the future. And so I just want to make sure we don't say it can't be used in lieu of, if maybe down the road somebody does something equivalent, and then we're kind of cutting that off, even though it's again, from efficiency purposes, it's duplicative.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. I totally agree with you. So I do think that there is some significant clarification we can make both in the red line itself and in the SVP.
And I will say again, I agree. I think this is likely going to be more impactful on the ALA than on a cumulative impact analysis, because we do have so much information that we're putting in ours that's going to be required. I know that BLM and NEPA, they look at cumulative impacts now as well, but it's obviously a very different type of analysis at the NEPA level than what we're requiring. So obviously that would make the substantial equivalence hard, but just don't want the bright line rules to to go too far.
Yeah, happy to take that back and do some additional work here.
But
Commissioner
those were
Cross?
my final comments on Rule 304. And so I was going to touch on cumulative, or I'm sorry, on comprehensive area plans next.
for it.
But given that we talked about the community liaison, I think that might be a good breaking point to switch to that topic as well.
Either way, I'll let you and Commissioner Messner duke it out.
So, I mean, if you want to go into cumulative area plans, it's comprehensive area, that's fine.
Sure. And yeah, I think as we do the cumulative and comprehensive and area and air, it's definitely getting a little hard. So I'll again start by saying I think that the caps are an important part of what we do here. I was happy to take on the ALA kind of aspect of things because I think it's important for our mitigation hierarchy. And I think the caps are a fantastic way of not just evaluating the cumulative impacts, but also addressing them, because it allows for that landscape level planning. Again, I think we heard during some of the testimony, and I think it's important to note, when we looked at the Guanella cap, we had testimony that they looked at everything on the landscape level. They looked at everything when it got down to the location by location analysis. And by doing that, they were able to plan ahead to make sure that they were able to electrify each area. And areas where it was going to take longer to get the electrification, that was kind of moved further down the road in terms of the drilling schedule. And so I think that kind of understanding highlights the importance of caps. And so I think from a broad level, I think it's really important that we continue to incentivize caps for that purpose, and make sure that it's done correctly and thoroughly. So again, I do appreciate Prairie's testimony on this topic, as a lot of the people at Prairie were the ones that were kind of the drafters and creators of that Guanella cap. I also want to say that I had, again, some subsequent conversations with 350 Colorado, some subsequent conversations with the allied local governments, because they had some comments on the caps as well, and some concerns with the draft rules. And so I'll hopefully, as we progress, be able to touch on some of their comments and hopefully address their comments appropriately. To start with, I think the key is Rule 314B, the rights conveyed. And I think one of the key disagreements that we heard throughout the pre-hearing statements, rebuttals, testimony, opening statements, et cetera, was whether the cumulative impact analysis should be required for OGDPs and at the cap level. And to me, I think that, you know, when you look at the filings from the allied local governments, what they specifically talked about is they want a high-level analysis to garner information on regional impacts, and the more granular OGDP analysis to look at unique patterns of existing land use and existing source of impacts. And they also talked about the potential delay in the OGDPs as a reason for wanting the analysis done at the OGDP stage. One of the examples was provided, I think Ms. Leetwood specifically said, we don't want to look at an OGDP 9 years after the cap was filed and continue to rely on that cumulative impact analysis. So I want to start off saying I absolutely appreciate those points. And I do believe that the analysis can be done at the cap level that will encompass the high-level regional impact talked about by allied local government, while still getting the granular local impacts, land use, et cetera, that would obviate the need for the subsequent cumulative impact analysis at the OGDP stage. I think critical to that, the way this can be done is only with the preliminary siting approval. To date, some of our caps have conducted a preliminary siting analysis for the entire project. Some have done it for a small number of the sites in the cap, and some have not used the preliminary siting at all. I think this decision is ultimately up to the operator based on their company goals, the analysis that they want to conduct, maybe what they're trying to do with getting some of the mineral leases, et cetera. So I don't want to say they can only use preliminary siting analysis as a cap, because I think that's ultimately an operator decision. However, I think that as we look at whether the cumulative impact analysis should be required at both stages is highly dependent on whether they utilize preliminary siting analysis for the whole thing. Because I think when you do that preliminary siting analysis, and I'll go into this in some more detail, but when you do that preliminary siting analysis up front, it has the cumulative impact analysis we're looking at addressing at the cap level. And so it would become duplicative. Again, I'll get into the timing aspects, but it would become duplicative of it being done at the OGDP level. And so I think it's appropriate to allow the operator to proceed without conducting the cumulative impact analysis if preliminary siting is used throughout. I do note the concern that it may occur at a much later time, as was addressed by both ALG and 350 Colorado, potentially rendering that information stale. I do believe that the rules as written address this concern, and we can build on it as well. It specifically talks about, if you look at our current 314B5C, it requires an operator to submit with its Form 2A information describing any changes to the surrounding land use or future land use changes contemplated in a local government planning document between the time the cap was approved and the time the Form 2A is submitted. In talking with ALG in particular, Ms. Burke specifically noted that it could be more than just land use changes that could occur. She brought up the fact that in 2013 we had the floods in Boulder, and that changed a lot of not just the land use, but what the land was like. And so I think that 100% open to including how this language may work, but I think it is appropriate to say, look at the changes between the time the cap was approved with the preliminary siting and the time that the Form 2A is submitted, and address any changes that may occur beyond just land use plans from the local government, but it could come in a variety of manners. It could be natural disaster changing the landscape. It could be maybe a store was built someplace, maybe something was removed, maybe high priority habitat has changed one way or another. So there's a lot of different things that could occur beyond that land use. And I think that that kind of information can and should be addressed in determining whether the cumulative impact analysis, a new cumulative impact analysis, would be required. And so I think one of the ways I kind of look at this is in the federal realm, they do a determination of NEPA adequacy. So if a NEPA analysis was done and then something comes up shortly thereafter, they try and adhere to that previous analysis. And so one of the things they do in a DNA document is to say, what changes have occurred at that time? And if there are not changes, then no additional analysis needs to be done. If there are changes, what's the extent of those analysis? And that would determine whether additional analysis needs to be conducted. So if it's something, another example, we've had changes to high priority habitat. Maybe high priority habitat was reduced in that area. And so if that's the only change in the area, I don't think we're going to need additional cumulative impact analysis if there's actually less high priority habitat. It could also be a situation where maybe the change is very small. Maybe at the very end of the 1 mile border, a small grocery store or something like that was built. It's something worth noting. There are changes to the area, but in the grand scheme of things, is a small shop 1 mile away going to change the overall cumulative impact analysis? Likely not. But I think that that's probably going to be something, again, burden of the operator to demonstrate why an additional analysis does not need to be conducted. But ultimately, I view it as if we've done that granular OGDP-like analysis at the cap stage to do the preliminary siting, we don't need to then do it again later on if nothing has changed, if maybe things have changed to improve upon the cumulative impacts, or if the change is so small that it wouldn't change the analysis. At that point in time, requiring the additional analysis would disincentivize doing the cap altogether. And as noted, I think that having that incentive to do that landscape level planning allows for a lot of addressing of the cumulative impacts. So I think related to this issue is a requirement to file an ALA at the OGDP level if it was part of a cap. Similarly, I think the ALA should not be required. Again, if it was part of a preliminary siting analysis throughout. They've already done the ALA at the cap level. Again, if there's a change in circumstances, yeah, it probably warrants a new ALA. But if there's not a change, or if the change is something that would not have an impact on it, reduction in high priority habitat, maybe wells have been plugged and abandoned since that time, it doesn't necessarily mean that new ALA should be required. So again, as we kind of talk about the rights conveyed, I think the key to this really is the preliminary siting. It maintains the incentives of the cap while having the benefits of addressing the cumulative impacts, both at the landscape level and at the more localized level. So my recommendation would be to only require cumulative impact analysis in caps if it did not have complete preliminary siting approval at the cap stage, and modify existing rule, let me see, 314B5C to address changes to the oil and gas location beyond specifically land use between the approval of the cap and the filing of the T2A. So I'll start there.
Questions for Commissioner Cross? Commissioner Ackerman?
No, no questions, Mr. Chair, just a comment of support for this approach. Of course, we still kind of have the philosophical issue that we wrestle with from time to time about what's included in a cap and is that degree of master planning, that we're looking for. But I think this is a good approach, as Commissioner Cross has outlined.
Oh, Commissioner Oath and Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. I tend to agree. This was a really tricky one. I think I like the solution to figure out what is the best opportunity to really understand cumulative impacts without resulting in duplication. And I think that, to me, your approach gets at that. So I appreciate it and think it makes a lot of sense.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Commissioner Cross. So I appreciate the way that you're looking. I still tend to think that there's got to be a way that two different analyses happen at the cap level. And you know, I talked a little bit about this, you know, when I was asking questions to the allied local governments, and you know, in an attempt to create as clean a process as possible, because I don't think duplication of cumulative impacts analyses, you know, in cap situations is a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. I would also tend to agree with you from an ALA perspective that ALAs are done. So I'll start with that. ALAs are done at the cap level in the circumstance where there's preliminary siting. The ALA, you know, is robust at that time, and unless there's a significant change associated with the surrounding land uses that would contemplate the need for another ALA at the OGDP level, I tend to agree that I don't think there has to be a duplicate ALA done at the OGDP level if there's preliminary siting done in the caps. However, from a cumulative impacts analysis standpoint, I continue to think that there are kind of macro level cumulative impacts that get addressed in a cumulative impacts analysis at the cap level that are more regional in nature and take into consideration the technologies, the infrastructure, and the planning that's gone into the cap level that speaks to that more kind of regional or macro approach. And, you know, to have a cumulative impacts analysis at the cap level, it does require at times a level of commitment to certain technologies and infrastructure that we don't always see in cap applications in order to be able to do that. And so, you know, I think that, you know, having that, you know, I guess I would almost see the cap level cumulative impacts analysis where there is maybe not as much detail on some of the things, you know, having a different goal than the analysis that's done at the OGDP level, where you do have, you know, specific technologies and BMPs and specificity as to what's actually being proposed. So, you know, and so this is where I struggle with it, because in a situation where you've got a cap and preliminary siting, you know, often certain applications that we've seen have a level of detail at the individual site level that you really could do the more in-depth cumulative impacts analysis at the cap level, because there is that much detail and information and work that's been done in that cap application to be able to do 95% of your cumulative impacts analysis in a cap review with preliminary siting, and an additional 5% maybe needs to be done on an individual OGDP level when, you know, a slightly more specificity, you know, may be required. there are other cap applications that we get that they're even with preliminary siting, that there may not even be that level of detail to be able to do that in-depth cap level cumulative impacts analysis, to the extent that it would not require a more in-depth cumulative impacts analysis at the individual OGDP level. And so to me, this is a challenge on how we are reviewing and applying our existing cap rules, and then how that in turn ties into the necessary cumulative impacts analysis at the different levels. And so I think consistency in the applications and in the application of our rules in reviewing caps would help clarify how we would apply cumulative impacts analysis at the different levels. And so this is where I'm struggling just a little bit. I continue to think that there is opportunities here to not duplicate. I think if we have, stronger application of our current rules and what is required in a preliminary siting application for a cap application, then I think like I said, the 95% of that cumulative impacts analysis can be done at the cap level. And that if there are changes or oftentimes in an OGDP, when it comes down to it, we are seeing operators say, hey, I'm changing this technology, or I'm shifting this a little bit. And if there are those changes at the cap level, then some additional evaluation, or at least modification of what that means from an emission standpoint, or a surface impact standpoint, or a wildlife impact standpoint, or whatever that may be, can be captured in a localized cumulative impacts analysis for that particular OGDP. And so I guess that's where I struggle a little bit with, how we're gonna apply this. And so I would like to see the ability for a cumulative impacts analysis to be required at the cap level that looks at the macro stuff, and have an expectation that the level of detail in the cap application is there in order to, in a preliminary siting situation, to be able to include that cumulative impacts analysis information to get to that 95%. However, in a scenario where there is not that level of commitment, I think we have to maintain the ability to ask, if the level of detail is only enables us to get to 65% at the cap level, I think we have to maintain that ability to require, that other 45% of that analysis, once that detail becomes more apparent, happen at the OGDP level. And so I don't have red lines for that. I think what I'm explaining is challenging, but I think we can do a little more work on this in order to find a solution that accomplishes both of these things, that does not duplicate efforts. And so that's my thought on that. But
And I will say, I completely agree. And that's why I think that, and it's going to touch a little bit on the cumulative impact analysis specific requirements a little bit later, but I completely agree. And I think what we see, and looking at the Lowry Ranch cap, there was numerous sites at the Lowry Ranch cap, but only one had the preliminary siting analysis. And so they went into more detail on the one site, which happened to be an existing location, and how the siting for that was appropriate, and the level analysis done for an OGDP with respect to that site. Now, in a situation like that, where they're not doing preliminary siting throughout, 100%, I think we absolutely need to be able to do that cumulative impact analysis, that more granular analysis down the road. I think that we can and should have more specifics about cap level, looking a mile out, looking at what's out there for emissions, what's out there for water, what's out there for wildlife at the regional impact level. The way the rules are drafted and revised is under the preliminary siting analysis, it does require that cumulative impact analysis that would be required as part of 315 for just a normal OGDP. And so I think, again, one of the things I was going to touch on a little bit later is make sure that whatever additions we make, whatever changes we make to 315 cumulative impact analysis, in a situation where preliminary siting is done, that information needs to be done at the preliminary siting stage of it too. to make sure we don't have that, well, we were able to look at some of it, not all of it, because if that's the situation, I think we're gonna have a problem with not being able to potentially agree to the siting, or if it's only done at part of like one location, but not 7 other locations, then they're not gonna be able to have that same remedy or benefit of the cap of saying, we don't have to do a cumulative impact analysis down the road because they didn't do preliminary siting throughout. We don't have to do the ALA because they didn't do the preliminary siting throughout. So I 100% agree. I think the analysis at the overall cap level is different. You're looking at things in this larger area, what's there. But as we heard Prairie testify to, they took that at the bigger area, what are we looking at? And then they said within it, okay, we're gonna start here because there's already electrification here. So that's gonna be where we focus first. We next wanna move over here because as we talk to the local government, they wanna develop something here. So that's gonna be next. So as we plan this out, not only are we able to start where there's electrification, we can also try and make sure that we focus on electrification here next, because that's where we're gonna go next. And, you know, I think one of the things that stuck out to me at the Guanella cap is when we got to the OGDP level, we had this analysis in front of us of the appropriate siting things, looking at the overall cap, with still the ability to do additional COAs, additional BMPs, specific to that location for anything that may have changed. And I think that's important to keep. And if you remember, one of the first OGDPs we had, all of a sudden a bald eagle nest had been located nearby. And so they had to change it, and we required them to change it to make sure that they worked with CPW to make sure that that bald eagle nest was protected. So even though we had done this thorough analysis, we still had the ability to change it with changes once we got to the more granular level. And so I think key is making sure that for preliminary siting analysis, which I think is 314E11 or E12, one of the two, I don't remember off the top of my head. It talks about what needs to be submitted with the preliminary siting analysis. And I think it's critical that the cumulative impact analysis under 315 that we're working on now be a part of that to make sure that, as you said, we address that 95% and hopefully 100% of the siting issues. There's obviously going to be the recognition that doesn't mean they're automatically going to get the approval at the OGDP level. There can be changes, some small, some big. And if it is something big and something that changes the analysis, they might have to do an alternative location analysis. They might have to do the additional cumulative impact analysis. But if we can, with the preliminary siting throughout, ensure that we do that granular analysis, it provides the opportunity, again, to make sure that they plan on the large scale so they can do things, hopefully electrify. Maybe electrification isn't possible, but hopefully electrify, and plan out how they can prioritize sites to get electrification there, as well as making sure when you look at it on a site-by-site basis, we consolidated here to avoid this impact to high priority habitat. We consolidated these locations to avoid RVUs over here. We wanted to avoid these RVUs, but in that one, they had one where there was a ravine. If they moved the other 50 feet to get outside the 2,000 feet, they were going to be in the middle of a ravine, and that wasn't a good idea for that. And so I think that it can be done at the same time you're doing the cap. It's agreed, a different type of analysis, looking at the wide area versus the cumulative impact analysis specific to that site. But I think that if that's done and incentivized to be done with preliminary siting, I think it will hopefully ensure that caps continue with getting that, as you said, the 95% done up front, so we can make sure that larger scale planning is effective and useful.
Just a follow-up. I think I'm hearing you say that you want to continue to maintain the ability to ask for a cumulative impacts analysis on the individual OGDP level, if necessary, even in a situation where there's preliminary siting, and your opinion is that that's captured in Rule 315. I'm not looking at the rules right now.
The 314, and it's 314B5C, where it specifically talks now about between the cap approval and the 2A submission, what changes have occurred. And that's where we can look at it and say, no changes have occurred, probably don't need new cumulative impact analysis. A change has occurred, but it's actually high priority habitat has been removed, or wells have been plugged and abandoned, or the change doesn't warrant something new, or it's something so small that it probably doesn't warrant cumulative impact analysis. But if it's now there's been an application filed to build a housing development here, or now there's a new plant over here, or additional wells have been drilled just on the outside of the cap boundary over here, and that's something that's changed within the mile of that location. Yeah, something has changed. We're probably going to want to look at this and have the ability to conduct that new cumulative impact analysis where it's necessary because of the changes between those two times.
Well, and I hear what you're saying, and so I think two things. One, I think it's debatable whether it's explicit that we would be able to require a cumulative impacts analysis in those scenarios, and so I would just want to make that explicit that would be a tool in the commission's toolbox should it be determined that it is appropriate based on changing circumstances or timing of operations or elements not captured in the cap-wide cumulative impacts analysis. And two, some expectation or capture in this language requiring a cap-wide cumulative impacts analysis with preliminary siting, that the level of detail and commitment in the application needs to be at a level where that cumulative impacts analysis can be properly administered and analyzed and shown to address the cumulative impacts that are analyzed, so that we have that quality of application and that level of detail to whatever extent the commission determines that it needs in order to do that evaluation at the cap level. And if there is a gap, 15% gap or 20% gap of the information that may be needed to be committed to in order for that evaluation to occur, that still could be captured at the OGDP level should this commission determine that it is necessary per Rule 314. Is that something that you think is appropriate?
I do, and I think to a certain extent, we can certainly clarify that either in the rules or in the statement of basis and purpose. But I think that we already have the ability now where if somebody came forward and proposed a preliminary siting analysis, but they kind of did the C+ job, or I don't know, depending on the scale of D job, at a 65% on the cumulative impact analysis, I think there's a good chance that maybe that preliminary siting wouldn't be approved. Maybe the cap level analysis is sufficient to be approved, but maybe not the preliminary siting if the analysis is lacking at that time. And so I think the way I view it is, I do think it's possible. I think that's, again, this all comes back to the burden on the operator to demonstrate that they've done a sufficient analysis, that they've done the work required under an ALA, that they've done the necessary planning. And so I do think it's ultimately a commission decision, whether it's at the cap level that they came forward with this cap. I'm looking at it, I think it was this A grade on the analysis they did. And yeah, maybe there's something that's changed down the road, and it's like, I know you did a great job with the preliminary siting before and the analysis done before, but something's different. So yeah, as things change, you have to do an analysis. And so I definitely be in favor of making explicit that a cumulative impact analysis can be required if there are changes under the 315 BC, and especially if B5C, sorry, especially if we're already addressing changes beyond just land use changes with the local government. So I think that 100% could be made explicit in there. But yeah, I in no way want to say like, oh, if they filed for preliminary siting, then yeah, then we're not going to have to worry about it down the road, because there could be changes. They could do a crappy job with the preliminary siting analysis. And if they do a crappy job, I mean, they probably don't deserve to have the preliminary siting approved. And so I think it's also important to say, I still think, again, reiterate, I think caps can be done without preliminary siting and do that landscape level analysis up front. But if that's done and they're not doing the preliminary siting, then yeah, we need to do that granular analysis at the OGDP stage when we are looking at the siting. I think the key with the preliminary siting is you're supposed to be taking into that site-specific analysis. We chose this site because of X, Y, Z. Here's the things that are potentially impacted on a cumulative basis. Here's the things that are potentially impacted on a direct basis at that site-specific stage. Here's how we plan to address it. And so to me, I think, again, caps can work either way, but I think it's important to where these benefits would come is in that preliminary siting analysis where that work is done up front and done well.
Others with thoughts on this? Any
So
final thoughts there, Commissioner Cross?
I was going to say, I have a couple other notes in here, much less detailed than kind of the remedy and kind of benefit of it. The first is some clarifications about the alternative location analysis. I mentioned 304B was one of the things that the allied local governments had talked about. In talking to Ms. Burke, she had indicated that there is some confusion about when the ALA is required, when it's allowed, when it's not required. And so I think there's some clarification that can be done there. Again, the change that was mentioned on 304B and 314B5B, it currently says no ALA will be required for OGDPs associated with caps approved for preliminary siting. I think that stays. But in B6, it says Form 2As, which would include an ALA, are required for final OGDP approval. So I think there we could modify that to say, except as, unless preliminary siting approval was granted. So just some clarity on that to make sure that we don't have some back and forth of it's required in a 2A, but over here it's not required in the 2A. And so I do think that change to B6 is an important one to hopefully address some of the specific red line comments that ALG had. So that was one of my other aspects of the changes. And then the other 2 points I had were kind of the cumulative impact analysis, which we touched into a little bit. I believe it's important that what we do in expanding the evaluation of cumulative impacts and address through the utilization of mitigation hierarchy, the application of ESPs, the application of BLMs, COAs, et cetera, what we're doing in this rulemaking apply not just to the OGDP specific, but also make it symmetrical with what we're trying to do in caps. So again, if we change something in the cumulative impact analysis, the 315, I want to make sure that we change that in the preliminary siting aspect of 314 to make sure that we're doing that same thing so we can have that benefit there. And here I'd note that allied local government had proposed some additions to what would be looked at in the cumulative impact analysis at the caps. Again, I think this is probably better talked about at the 315 discussion and what we need to have included in the cumulative impact analysis, and then it can be applied to 314. And so my last point was going to be the process changes as part of the cap. So the draft rules identify additional changes to address public review, public comment, public meetings related to a cap. I think these are appropriate, and I believe they should again mirror what we're doing in the public process aspects that we had deliberations yesterday about and will likely to continue to have. But I just want to make sure that those parts are addressed as well. So that one's 314F. Some of the new changes, I just want to make sure that those, again, carry across.
And you'll get this information to Kyle, who's keeping track of keeping our scorecard here. Okay. Others with thoughts? Right. If not, I'm going to suggest we take a 30-minute break for lunch. And I'm going to say that because we're going to also need to break between 2 and 3:30 today to accommodate some scheduling issues. So if we break now, we could come back and get another hour or so in before the mandatory 2 to 3:30 break. So with that, let's return at 12:30, and then we'll go an hour and a half or thereabouts, and then we'll take an afternoon break. Okay, welcome back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission for Colorado. It is September 24th. It is 12:30. We're doing cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. Commissioner Cross, did you exhaust your current list in terms of where you're at?
I think it's makes sense to move on to some other ones. I think some of the other things I had on there were things like the industrial facilities definition. We had ESPs, we had, I think some stuff like that, but I think it makes sense to move on to some of the other issues potentially.
Okay. And then I think where we had Commissioner Messner volunteering that he still had cumulative liaison, the 308, 311, 312 process as discussion points. Commissioner Messner, did I get that right? And would you like to launch into either or both of those topics?
Yeah, sure. So I want to. I actually had sent Kyle a red line on the community liaison, but I think I actually sent the wrong one. I've got a bunch of different screens happening right now, and so I'm going to skip that community liaison for a second and maybe come back to it. And so I can go on to Rule 308, 311, 312 if you would like. And then I'm happy to go into, further discussions on process beyond the pre-application meeting, although that is not explicitly on my list. And so if that is for another discussion time, that's fine as well. But for 308, 311, 312, I do, and so for me, I guess I want to preempt this by saying, to me, the core piece here is that I think the timing of operations ends up being, one of the key components of evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. And I think it's really hard to look at the picture of what is happening from a cumulative impact standpoint, particularly if you're evaluating a cumulative impacts analysis and taking in all the different elements necessary to address those cumulative impacts without really being able to apply a timing to it or a calendar to it. And so I think that staff did a good job in the June draft of identifying this and developing some rules around it. And I really appreciate that, because in a lot of ways, I think what is in the June draft is relevant, it's appropriate, and it's applicable to our assignment today in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. And so that's kind of my overarching piece. I initially looked at 308, and after a lot of thought and deliberation and like going back and forth from different rules and different thoughts around it, I actually landed that the August draft Rule 308 provisions are appropriate. And so I don't have any additional suggestions for Rule 308. Rule 311, I understand that there are some potential challenges associated with retroactivity of some of our rules. And So what I would suggest for Rule 311 that I think captures this intent of, having some clarity around the expiration of permits, the timing of permits, and how that all works. I would suggest just incorporating the June draft rules associated with Rule 311, 311 B. And so I think at B on, because I think, and from a prospective basis, and so I'm pulling these up right now, so give me a second. But I think the prospective basis is important. I think it's, I think sometimes I think that the first draft, your first shot at something is your best idea. And I think staff nailed it in the Rule 311 in the June draft. I think that they thought through the processes, they understood the challenges. They also took feedback from, some stakeholders, particularly on the western slope that, had concerns about certain timing stipulations and seasonal considerations that are, unique to some of the areas that they operate in. They were incorporated into the rules. I mean, this is something that has been thought about, has been evolved, and certainly was a known quantity coming into this rulemaking. And so my suggestion simply is the prospective piece of Rule 311B down, moving forward from the June draft, is what I would suggest for incorporation in the rulemaking here, and removing the retrospective aspects of it, which are essentially Rule 311A. So I'll pause on those first two and see if there's any questions.
Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this. And, I'm in agreement. I think this is one that I've gone back and forth on a lot, and I think to me, it's something that I think needs to get resolved. I understand and appreciate some of the perspectives that this is probably best done if we do more stakeholdering, because I think from a legal perspective, when this was first brought up, I know I talked to staff, and one of my biggest concerns is with how the expiration occurs. Because if a Form 2 is granted, that becomes a property right. And so I have concerns about Form 2s expiring upon the expiry of 2As. And that I know is some of my initial discussion on a lot of these topics, because I don't want to put the commission in a situation where we're opening ourselves to potential legal ramifications for requiring Form 2s to become expired upon the expiration of something else. And so I was in favor of waiting on it, not because I don't think it needs to be done. I think it's critical that it be done, but I want to make sure that we take appropriate time to get to talk to stakeholders to make sure that we've kind of gotten together and make sure that we're all on the same board with when these things will expire.
So I appreciate that, Commissioner Cross. And so certainly that was something that I considered as well as I evaluated the perspective or the retrospective piece. My understanding, and I'm going to ask AG Davenport to opine on this, but my understanding is that if it's prospective and applies to new OGDPs that incorporate Form 2As and then Form 2s, that this is a known quantity. It's a known part of the permitting process. And so there's less legal issues associated with it, but perhaps AAG Davenport, before I put my foot in my mouth, I'll have you explain it.
Thanks, Commissioner. You are going in the right direction, the direction that I agree with. I think the vast majority of the property right legal concerns arise when draft rules that apply retroactively to previously granted permits are discussed. In other words, a permit is granted and then the commission by rule applies a different expiration date or a different expiration requirement than was originally put into that granted permit. That to me is where the vast majority of the vested rights concerns arise. However, as you started to say, when a permit is granted under rules that apply certain expiration requirements, or the permit itself includes provisions regarding expiration, the permit is granted subject to those conditions. And so therefore, applying the expiration periods when the permit is granted do not raise vested rights, in my opinion, because the permit was granted subject to those requirements. So in my view, to hopefully maybe simplify or summarize this, applying it prospectively only avoids the vested right concerns, as I understand them to have been raised by the trade groups or industry folks.
Thanks, AAG Davenport. I don't, so that was how I contemplated the utilization of the June draft rules 311B down prospectively.
Anything further, Commissioner Cross?
Apologies, I forgot to unmute again. I'm trying to look in more detail on it, and I agree with AAG Davenport's analysis there. I don't know that I have more questions. I know that this was something I spoke with, especially with some of the West Slope operators, in bringing this issue to the forefront before the draft rules were filed. And so again, the idea of it, I like, and I like the kind of look at it. I think my biggest concern is just the number of people that have asked for more time to discuss and kind of bring it forward. So I think that's kind of my biggest concern right now, is that, again, it's not the language that's used, it's not the idea behind it. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's something that we need to address. I'm just a little concerned that so many people are wanting to provide additional stakeholdering on it as we kind of move forward.
Others with thoughts? Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, thank you. I think Commissioner Cross stated my position as well. I think that this is one that, as we've gone through this hearing, I believe the preponderance of the input that we've received on this is the necessity to address, but to maybe extract it from this process and do it at a different time. Far be it for me to suggest yet another rulemaking for us, but I do think that probably some additional stakeholdering here is warranted.
I think I'm in a similar sort of camp. Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Shea?
Well, I guess maybe I think those are all really good points. I don't know if Commissioner Messer, not to put you on the spot, but I guess what comes to my mind with this conversation about kind of the desire from many for additional conversation is around, do you see any kind of concern with that in the sense of urgency of addressing this now as opposed to allowing for additional stakeholder engagement in a future rulemaking hearing?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Oath. So a couple of things. I mean, I think every stakeholder wants additional time for every issue that we're talking about in this rulemaking. And so, you know, I think from a timing standpoint that these Rule 311 contemplations were well known months ago, and so have been stakeholdered and as part of this process. And so, so I guess that's my perspective on it. I'm not trying to rush anything, but I mean, listen, we've had stakeholder processes on this. We've been working on this for years. And so, I guess I'm less inclined to go with that argument that there needs to be additional stakeholdering. There's always opportunities for revisions of rules or contemplations of different rules, but that was not what I saw in, you know, party presentations associated with Rule 311. It was just it was stricken through by our August draft. And so, having said that, I do think, like I've said, you can't separate timing with addressing and evaluating cumulative impacts. And so, you know, having no expiration date on any land use process is unheard of as far as I'm concerned. And so I want to be reasonable with the timeframes. I think that there's considerations that need to be made, just like were made for operators on the Western Slope and the draft rules in June. I think that, there's always the application of reasonable to our rules, but I think that the June rules nailed it. And so, that's where I'm at on this issue.
Okay, that's really helpful. I really appreciate what you said too, of like, kind of, unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of input from the parties on kind of the details of it, right? And what maybe could be adjusted or tweaked or changed. And so and having not been, you know, to your point of this is something we've been dealing with for years. For me, it's new, so I don't have that kind of context to it. So I'm feeling like I could benefit from hearing a little bit more of that, of the dialogue, of the back and forth, of the merits of maybe some potential details of changing it. So I'd be leaning towards that, given where we are.
Other commissioners with thoughts? So I think I'm seeing 4 commissioners leaning toward looking for a little more time on that, and 1 commissioner feeling comfortable moving forward with it right now. Do I have my numbers right?
So, Mr. Chair, I'll just go ahead and say on Rule 312, it's going to be the same narrative from me, that I think that the June draft nailed it. And so, if there's consideration that additional stakeholdering needs to happen on Rule 312, then that might as well be thrown into the bucket.
Is that where folks feel they are? Commissioner Cross, I'll call on you first since you went first last time.
I think it is. Again, I think that it's not the concern with the language itself. I like the language itself. I like the idea. The fact that the idea wasn't really put forward until the draft rules came out, and that raised some of the stakeholdering concerns that parties had. I just think it is worth kind of waiting on that to make sure it's fleshed out and in appropriate manner under the APA.
Is that where our consensus is then?
Well, I guess I'll just say from I don't have any reason to think about it kind of differently. So I think that would remain the same for me.
Okay. Commissioner Ackerman?
Yeah, I'll agree. I mean, I think philosophically less pressing to push this one into more stakeholder input, but it's tied enough to the other one that it makes some sense to me.
Okay. AG Davenport, do you have those thoughts in your document?
I do. Thanks, Chair. For rules 311 and 312, what I have essentially taken down as the current majority of the commission supporting the August drafts approach to those two rules, but also believing that further stakeholder / working group is necessary to explore changes to those rules in the future, which
Give me
I
a chance.
think which I think could be an SBP addition if that's the commission's pleasure in regard to the stakeholder / working group.
So I just flipped from the June draft to the August draft, and the August draft does have some language under 312. Can someone explain that, AG Davenport?
That's accurate, and that's why I did clarify that it would be the August draft approach. Perhaps what I know is that the June draft made significant amendments to Rule 312, and then the August draft deleted many of those changes, but left a few. And so the way I took the consensus was what the August draft left, that the commission was still intending to go with that. But if that's not accurate, then of course we'd need to be corrected now.
Commissioner Cross? Or if you didn't raise your hand, no problem.
And I would welcome correction to anything I just said from our staff council or member of staff too, if I've misspoken.
Yeah. Ms. Trask? You're muted.
Sorry, you'd think by now. I think that the summary provided by AAG Davenport is accurate. I would agree with that.
Mr. Chair, if it would be helpful, and I would need a second to do that, more than a second, I would need a minute to do this. I can go back and look at the current 312 and see if I can summarize exactly what is still remaining as amendments after the August draft.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
All right. If
You wanna
Phil
take-
help me to go do that,
Let's take 5. Is that enough time?
hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's come back at 5 minutes. AG Davenport?
Thanks, Chair. I think I was able to clarify. The August draft does one thing to Rule 312D, current Rule 312D, and that is to add subpart D3 to the rule. So even though subparts 1 and 2 in the August draft are redlined out, that's not the intent. Those parts exist currently. It is not the intent in the August draft to delete those from the rule currently. The intent is to add subpart D3, and the August draft also made a change that you can see in red line to explicitly authorize the director to require the operator to submit an updated or supplemental cumulative impacts analysis. So if the commission were to go with the August draft for Rule 312, all it would do is add subpart D3 to the rule with D3 as redlined in the August draft.
Commissioner Oath?
I would just say for one that would be supportive of authorizing and giving the director that ability to require a cumulative impacts analysis in these cases. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. Commissioner Cross,
I agree.
Commissioner Ackerman, Commissioner Messner. All right, then we've got 4 yeses and a shrug. Got that captured, AAG Davenport?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. I'm just looking at my notes. Where to next, folks?
Well, I'm
Commissioner
happy to
Cross?
go into community liaison if that's where you want to go.
Are you good with that, Commissioner Cross? All right.
I was just gonna say the other thing we could start to do is some of the definitions, but yeah, I'm good with community liaison.
All right, let's roll into community liaison.
So I believe you guys have my suggestions in your inboxes sent by AAG Davenport and Mr. Thomas, but if that's not the case, let me know.
I, for one, do not see them. I'll refresh. It's just me.
They've just been forwarded.
Okay.
Well, I'll walk through it. So I mean, the inclusion of the community liaison, I think, is a really important piece of this rulemaking. You know, we've been asked to do a lot of things by different elements of statute in this cumulative impacts rulemaking, and you know, I think that the role of community liaison, you know, fits the expectations of the Environmental Justice Task Force recommendation, but I think most importantly meets the needs of potentially impacted communities. I did generally incorporate both the current August draft as well as some comments from both Oxy and Green Latinos. And, you know, I think it's important, you know, and I'll go through those and then some changes of my own. I think as we look at the roles and responsibilities of the community liaison, it's important that the burden of proof, as with everything, stays on the operator and not the community liaison. And that the community liaison, you know, has a lot of different roles and responsibilities, but is also a referral element for our processes. So, so to start going through, you know, and I know that a lot of the stakeholders out there don't have my copy, and I'm not going to share my screen. So the community liaison A for under the authority, it's pursuant to 3460-1045-2D3 CRS 2024. And this is in the current August red line. A community liaison reports to the director and serves as a dedicated resource for disproportionately impacted communities regarding commission regulation. The director will appoint at least 2 community liaisons. Under B, qualifications, a community liaison will be qualified by training or experience in environmental justice. I made a change in there that says with consideration for experience in regulatory or environmental processes or subjects that ECMC regulates if possible. And then goes on to say, and should have been a resident of one or more disproportionately impacted communities or have worked to advance environmental justice within disproportionately impacted communities. The change that I had in B under the qualifications is some consideration for the subject matter expertise that may be part of their role and responsibility as community liaison, as suggested by Oxy. At the same time, we may be asking for a unicorn here. And so I do want to be careful that that's a consideration and not a requirement. C, duties. Community liaison will, number one, serve as an advocate for disproportionately impacted communities in a non-legal capacity. And while taking into consideration the engagement practices and statute, act as a liaison between disproportionately impacted community members and the commission on all matters within the commission's jurisdiction that may impact disproportionately impacted community members, including but not limited with respect to communications regarding the permitting processes. Number two, be invited by the director to attend pre-application consultations for OGDP applications within a disproportionately impacted community if requested, to assist disproportionately impacted community members in understanding the commission's permitting processes and other opportunities for engagement. Number three, review community outreach plans submitted under Rule 304C19 and provide non-legal comments to the director and to disproportionately impacted community members. Number four, provide disproportionately impacted community members with relevant information regarding third-party resources, including but not limited to information regarding access to legal assistance to aid disproportionately impacted community members in presenting their views to the commission. Number five, work with the relationships and interactions between disproportionately impacted communities and the commission. Number six, assist disproportionately impacted community members by connecting them with resources and information regarding the ECMC complaint process and facilitating outreach regarding complaints to operators and directors. Number seven, act as a resource for sharing information between the commission and disproportionately impacted communities. Number eight, engage in outreach to disproportionately impacted communities. Number nine, organize and attend in-person meetings within disproportionately impacted communities. Number 10, assist in a non-legal capacity disproportionately impacted community members in understanding and accessing resources related to community benefits agreements. This may include assisting community members as necessary to organize a community benefit group. I will note that I'm still on the fence generally around applicability of community benefit agreements inside of ECMC regulatory processes, but was compelled after reading the Department of Energy's application of community benefit agreements that it is possible to incorporate that into our concepts here. Number 11, include with the director's recommendation on an OGDP pursuant to Rule 306A, a written summary of outreach to disproportionately impacted community members and the positions of disproportionately impacted community members regarding oil and gas development proposed in the OGDP application. I made a change to this one, and so I've got it as an alternative. As I read 11, as contemplated by some of the stakeholders, to me that puts the burden on the community liaison rather than the burden on the operator to provide these summaries. And so I would change that to be provide a written consultation to the director to be included in the director's recommendation, a review of the applicant's efforts to engage DIC members and the positions of DIC members regarding the oil and gas development proposed in the OGDP application. So in your red line in there, my suggestion is to do the red piece and not what is included in 11. So going on quickly to say independent positions, neither the commission nor the director may direct the community liaison to take any specific position on a substantive issue within the community liaison's duties. And then it goes on to talk about the timing of the hiring, which would initiate recruitment of 2 community liaisons before December 31st, 2024. I do think there should be some consideration for geographic locations of the community liaisons. But I also acknowledge that there's there's a significant burden that's going to be placed on this community liaison. And so limiting a particular community liaison to one place in the state may be unnecessarily underutilizing or overutilizing community liaisons in certain circumstances. So I'm open to thoughts on how to best represent all parts of the state from a community liaison standpoint, but making sure that we're allowing those community liaisons the flexibility to be able to balance their workload in different areas of the state. So those are my thoughts.
Hey, AG Davenport, I see that you visualized yourself.
Thank you, Chair. And some of this is for my own edification. Commissioner Messner, it appears to me that what you've done is take Green Latino's proposal that was discussed and shared with the commission on last Friday, to which the AAGs did not raise any legal concerns, and made 2 changes to it that appear in red language. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So just in summary, commissioners, the 2 changes that I believe Commissioner Messner is proposing appear in that red language. That is to make an addition to proposed Rule 2, the subpart B, and then to replace the language in subpart C11 that appeared in Green Latino's proposal with that language in red.
Thanks for that clarification, AG Davenport. Commissioner Messner, a couple of points on your red line language in 11. I just wonder if it might read, provide a written consultation to the director, comma, to be included in the director's recommendation, comma, which contains a review of the applicant's efforts. I don't know that moving directly to a review grammatically works, but I like the concept of your red line quite a bit and putting the burden back on the applicant.
Yeah, those are my notes, right? So I'm uncomfortable doing red lines. I put those in there to provide concept and intent, not to actually.
Okay. Well, I think we might have the attorneys massage that a little bit. My other wonder is I've had a concern about codifying in rule the things that the community liaison will do, which means that we would have to have another rulemaking to make alterations or changes to what the community liaison will do. And I don't know that after 6-8 months, we might have 2 or 3 other ideas. And so I wonder if we could have something at C, duties. The community liaison will undertake the following non-exhaustive list of things, like they've got to do these things, but there could be others that the director could come up with or something like that. So I throw that out for others' thoughts.
I don't have a problem with that. I think it should not be an exhaustive list.
Other commissioner thoughts, Commissioner Cross?
Thank you. I was going to say, I think that was my biggest thing, is just making sure, as we talked about last week, the will include. I know we also talked about, is it better in a statement of basis and purpose or not? It's kind of a unique position. It's unique that the duties are in there, but I think as long as it's kept to an illustrative as opposed to exhaustive list, I like it.
Commissioner Messner, go ahead.
Thanks. I want to be clear that it is not an illustrative list. That is the duties, and there could be more duties. So.
Well, and that's what I mean. It's not an exhaustive list in terms of duties include this, but could include more.
Right. So the community liaison will do the following 11 things and may be directed to do more from the director. Commissioner Oath?
Commissioner Messner, thank you for this. I think really appreciate the thoughtfulness. of this. I have just a couple of things I'm curious about tweaking. So in number 3, around the community outreach plans, and then providing comments back to the director and community members. I'm curious, or would be interested in also having the liaison providing that impact or some feedback back to the operator who's developing that community outreach plan. I think that could be beneficial for the liaison to provide some suggestions for, changes on what he or she would like to see in a community outreach plan. And it kind of it's a component of that is what we talked about a little bit earlier with respect to kind of what we did in the geothermal hearing of having the community liaison be a resource for the operator as they're developing the community outreach plan, and how are they going to utilize any potential community-based organizations in their outreach efforts and things like that. So curious if you have a reaction to that one.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think if I were an operator, I would want to utilize or ask questions to the community liaison as to things that should be incorporated into a community meeting. And so, does that need to be included as a job requirement in there? I don't know. I think it's, the community liaison is a resource in the process generally. And so I'm open to that, but there are core responsibilities of that community liaison that are to benefit the community. But I think the quality of that community engagement and a community outreach plan is part of that, and so I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. A second one is around in number 11, and I talked about this a bit with Green Latinos. I could be the only one, but for the use of having a liaison sort of summarize the positions of folks, to me feels adversarial and feels like we're putting the liaison in a position of having to characterize as someone for or against or opposed or whatnot. So I would be interested in softening that to just like summarizing the feedback provided by community members, if that's something would be interested in.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. So I'll give you an example from just a land use perspective. Oftentimes in application reviews and staff reports in land use processes at the local government level, staff are required in their staff report to, identify positions or comments that are provided by the public on any particular application, so that it's clear that that is captured in the staff report, so that staff report is able to, acknowledge and understand different perspectives that, community members may have. I see this as the exact same thing. And so they're identifying the positions that are being taken and, just summarizing that in their report so that the voices of the community that are engaging in this application process are captured. And so I guess to me, I think it's important. I don't know as it's adversarial because it's almost neutral. You're capturing what the community is saying, just like you're capturing what the operator is saying in the summary, right?
Yeah, I think we're saying the same things. And I agree it's very important and beneficial. And at one point you said positions, and one point you said that in that land use example that they're summarizing the comments. And I think that's what I'm getting at is like using a word like that instead of positions, right? Summarizing the feedback, summarizing the comments, summarizing the input, as opposed to just positions, right? We want more about like the sort of, I guess, the nuance of the substance, and without pitting it as they're in favor, they're opposed, right? Like more about like, what are the concerns? Yeah, I think that's what I mean.
Okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying. And so, because you're trying to capture the voices. And so what are people saying? What are their perspectives?
Right.
And so, You know, I think that some of that could be fleshed out in statement of basis and purpose, but I think that positions, I mean, position could be just yes or no, right? And so I hear what you're saying versus capturing the voices or perspectives, which is ultimately, and so perhaps perspective is the right term, or comments, but I'm open to something other than that.
Okay. And then I think the other one was in 10, and I appreciate your thoughts on this related to the community benefits agreement and the community benefit group. I too am interested in seeing how community benefit agreements can potentially be used. I don't think we've talked yet in our deliberations about them showing up in our rules yet. So I think it kind of remains to be seen, you know, how they will, or if they will. But I think that, you know, having the liaison be a resource about information related to community benefit agreements could be really helpful for folks. And I like that it's that and not, I think we had heard at some point, you know, having them help negotiate that. And I don't think that would be an appropriate role. So appreciate that, you know, this is talking about help providing resources and information about community benefits agreements. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm probably also in agreement on the second part, but I guess just wanted to voice some thoughts and see if you have any reaction to it around the liaison helping community members organize the community benefit group. Seems like an extra step of organization, and I don't know what's involved in organizing a community benefit group. I don't know if that's a separate skill set, right, that we would then have to be hiring for, or what that looks like. So that is just one. I don't know if you had given that any additional thought, and that would be enlightening.
So again, I mean, I think that I'm on the fence, the applicability of the community benefit agreement in our process. And so I'm trying to learn more about it. I'm trying to look at, you know, how the Department of Energy applies it. I'm still struggling. And so I left that as the Green Latinos included it. And I don't have any additional thoughts, I guess. And so, you know, I hear your concerns. I understand the concerns. I don't know what that means. And I mean, no, sorry. I have an understanding of what that means, but I don't know if that's appropriately applied to the community liaison or not, versus providing resources for community to be able to engage. You know, I don't want to see the community liaison being utilized to negotiate a community benefit agreement. And so that I have concerns about that. I don't think that's what it says, but I have concerns about that.
Yeah. I don't think it says that either. I have concerns about that too. If it, and so it is about organizing the group, not assisting the group with negotiating an agreement. So I think those are two different things, but like you, I'm not sure what it entails. And so I'm a little hesitant to put it in our rules until we have a better sense of what that is. And even if we put something in the statement of basis as, you know, as appropriate, and with, you know, that the liaison could, you know, assist with organizing a community benefit group may be a sweet spot.
Yeah, Commissioner Oath, if I could weigh in, I kind of like that idea of removing the second sentence and tucking it into the SBP, because we just don't know at this point what that might entail, whether that's within the skill set, et cetera. I'm okay with the first language about understanding and accessing resources related to community benefits agreements. I think that's appropriate. That's where I would go. And then I appreciated your point about not using the word positions and maybe moving to feedback or something like that. So I appreciate the comments and discussion along both of those lines. And AG Davenport.
Thanks, Chair. I did hear the brief discussion about negotiation, and one thing I wanted to note for the commission as a whole is Green Latino's original proposed edits to Rule 224, the community liaison rule, did use the word negotiate, and I raised my concerns with the use of that word, given that the statute directs the community liaison is supposed to act in a non-legal capacity. So there was an intentional, from my perspective, removal of the word negotiate in regard to community benefit agreements. And if that's something that's important to the commission, we can include something in the SBP that's specifically related to not negotiating those agreements.
Yeah, I forgot about that legal advice and appreciate it. And so I would be in favor of that. Commissioner Ackerman, you'd raised your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You made the same suggestion that I was going to make. I'd be in favor of striking that second sentence. I feel like in practice, I agree with what Commissioner Oath said, which I don't think it says that they're going to take it any further in helping organize. But in practice, if they become the primary organizer of that group, I suspect that they'll be expected to sit in potential negotiations and maybe even be expected to take some kind of a leading role. I do think it's a kind of a gateway to that. And my primary concern there beyond the negotiation, which is the primary concern, is just the time that might be spent by the community liaison doing that. I think also that sentence may arguably intrinsically falls within the first sentence and helping community members in accessing resources. I think they certainly can take a role under that regulation as well. So I'm okay with including some language in the basis and purpose statement, but I'm actually pretty strongly in favor of removing that sentence entirely. And since I have the floor, if I could just hit AAG Davenport with one more potential cleanup, and that's in number 3. I have a bit of a concern that it talks about the community liaison providing non-legal comments to the director and to DIC members. And I believe what it means is that those same comments would be made available to DIC members, but it's not very clear that they're the same comments in time and in substance. And just want to make sure that we're talking about providing whatever is provided to the director, that would be provided to disproportionately impacted community members, not that they provide separate comments that may be disjunct to one group or the other.
AAG Davenport?
Thank you. I think that was the intent, that they should go, the same comments should go both to the director and DIC members. We can work on the language to ensure that that's clear. If I may, Chair, I would like to clarify a prior comment in regard to subpart C3 whenever that's appropriate too.
Go for it.
Thanks. I believe this was Commissioner Oath's comment. My understanding, Commissioner Oath, was that those comments from the community liaison, you believe, should go to the applicant or operator as well. Is that accurate?
Well, I think we're talking about potentially two different things. And so what I was talking about was referencing the conversation we had earlier when we were talking about the section around community outreach plans. And I was saying that I think it's important for the operator to consult with the liaison around whether or not, as they're developing the community outreach plan, and particularly if they're to assess whether or not there is a relevant community organization that could, and then have the operator, that part of the plan is for the operator to engage with that group and in developing how to give information out to community members. And we developed language like this in the geothermal rulemaking hearing. So it would be that kind of concept, but I think that's different than the kind of summary that we're talking about in subsection 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Others with thoughts or comments on the proposal? All right, then I think with those thoughts, comments, discussion, deliberation, we've gotten to a place on community liaison. With that, I would like to recognize someone from staff and or the AAGs. I believe there was supposed to have been a discussion with the attorneys for the Colorado tribes. And then we were kind of holding off on the DI definition. AAG Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, today over lunch, staff, being Interim Director Ray, Ms. Trask, Ms. Stafford, and I met with DNR's tribal liaison, as well as the General Counsel for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and the Energy Director for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We have not been able to connect with the Southern Ute Tribe, but I would note that we were made aware that the Southern Ute Tribe has proposed legislation to the American Indian Affairs Interim Legislative Committee that would create a presumption in state law that absent a clear statement, state law does not apply to Indians, tribes, tribally controlled entities, or real property interests owned by any of those parties. So we, in my belief, that proposal reflects a pretty clear intent by the Southern Ute Tribe to make it clear that state authority is generally preempted on tribal lands. So back to the conversation with the Ute Mountain Ute folks today, the primary concerns that they expressed related to applying ECMC rules to regulate activities on tribal lands, specifically the fact that the state has only very narrow jurisdiction on tribal lands, and that any rules that would regulate activities on tribal lands would require robust consultation with the tribes prior to adoption. They also specifically said that the ultimate direction on whether or not ECMC should include the tribal prong in the definition of disproportionately impacted community needs to come from the Ute Mountain Utes Tribal Council, and that it's not going to be possible to get this question in front of the Tribal Council for an answer on our very tight rulemaking timeline. So with all of that, to ensure that we're respecting tribal sovereignty while also meeting ECMC's legislative deadline, staff suggested that we find a path that would be acceptable to the tribal representatives in the near term, and also make clear in the statement of basis and purpose that the commission may undertake a new rulemaking to revise the rules if needed after we receive that input from the tribal council, recognizing that we won't get it by September 30th. And that was acceptable to the tribal representatives. So one thing we discussed is that as currently drafted, if ECMC were to include tribal communities in the definition of disproportionately impacted communities, the draft rules would require operators to commit to additional protections at oil and gas locations outside of tribal lands if those locations are in proximity to residents on tribal lands. So say you have an oil and gas location right outside of the reservation boundary with residents within 2,000 feet or a half mile or whatever it might be. We explained that they would apply in that circumstance. Understanding that, the tribal representatives said they're comfortable with ECMC adopting the tribal prong of the DIC definition, as long as ECMC makes clear that the rule requirements for DICs only apply to oil and gas locations outside of tribal lands that are in proximity for tribal residents. So in other words, as long as we make clear that we are not extending the rules to operations on tribal lands that are generally regulated by the tribe and not ECMC. We feel this approach would ensure that ECMC respects those jurisdictional limitations on tribal lands, while also ensuring that tribal residents receive extra protections for operations outside of tribal lands where ECMC's jurisdiction is clear. So staff and the tribal representatives we talked to today are comfortable with this approach. Staff would need a little more time to think through the mechanics, but we think a lot of the heavy lifting here can be done in the SBP to make it clear how the definition would be applied. Happy to take any questions if folks have some.
Do folks have questions for AG Mercer? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, AG Mercer. So are you suggesting just applying the statutory definition and then with the explanation in the SBP, or eliminating the tribal element in the statutory definition, but I don't, help me understand.
The first one, adopting the statutory definition that includes tribes, and then just making it clear in the SBP that would be, its application would be limited to locations outside of tribal lands.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Oath?
Thank you, and thank you very much for reaching out to them and for the kind of creative solution given the competing timelines here. I think that makes a lot of sense. So this is probably less a question and more just a pinhole of the circumstance you described involving a location outside of the reservation that may be in proximity with respect to notice makes sense. We haven't talked about 604, so I think I just would say I'd want to put a pin in understanding, depending on where we go there, what that could mean for a similar type of location.
I'm happy to have further discussions as the commission moves along that track.
Thanks.
Anybody have concerns with the proposal? All right, well, we thank you very much, AG Mercer, for the work there. I think that's the direction we'll go in on that point as well. We need to take a break from 2 to 3:30. I'm going to go ahead and suggest we go ahead and take that break. I think it's going to be hard to facilitate more, and then I don't want to get into a topic and then have to stop. So let's return at 3:30 today for another hour and a half of deliberation toward the end of the day. There he is. All right. I've got all of my commissioners with us. Hello, everybody. It's 3:30. It is September 24th, and this is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission continuing its cumulative impact and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. Commissioners, I chatted with AAG Davenport over the break, and I think I've got 6 issues left, and I just kind of wanted to run the process by everybody and make sure we're all on the same page. I was thinking about taking them in this order, starting with a couple of definitions: reasonably foreseeable future development, followed by industrial facility. And then, Commissioner Cross, you have threshold issues that are otherwise not defined. And then Commissioners Cross and Ackerman, you both have a bit of cider. And then no net adverse impact in air emissions is left on Commissioner Oath's. And then I've still got setback CIC, which I plan on diving into first thing in the morning. Did I miss anything from Commissioner's perspective? And are you guys okay with that procedural approach in terms of how we tackle an hour and a half this afternoon? Nodding of heads up and down is positive, so not seeing any negatives. So I'll just jump right in. Reasonably foreseeable future development is an issue that we need to address. Hold on just a sec. I'm trying to get to my rules. The definition in the August draft is as follows: means development that has not yet been undertaken, for which an applicable local, state, or federal agency has received an application or issued a permit. Future development is reasonably foreseeable only if information related to the permit is publicly available. I don't know that I have any significant heartburn over the August draft. So I'll open it up to other commissioners if your notes reflect that we need to be thinking in different manners on that. Or not. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I get up to my appropriate part of my notes here. So I think the one thing that stuck out to me on the August draft is I did like the suggestions about including something about the completeness determination. And it was raised about if a local government has such a completeness determination. For me, you know, I think there was some discussion in some of the testimony that the clarification is necessary because without it, the proposal is speculative or may not move forward. And I understand that. I think in any situation, even in ours, it may not move forward before completeness. It may not move forward after completeness, to be honest. And so my issue is less with that. But I think that to the extent a completeness determination exists with that local government for the permits that are being looked at, I think if it has been paid, if it has done that, it probably has more sufficient information than something that's just filed and kind of waiting to be complete. And that will allow the operator to use the information in that reasonably foreseeable future development permit to provide the analysis necessary. So it's not a matter of it being speculative, it's more so, and if you look at our system, for example, an operator will have a lot of its plans set forth, but through the completeness process, until it hits that completeness, things are still changing. We don't know for sure where the rig's going to be, how many rigs there's going to be, types of rigs. We don't know a lot of these different proposals, but once it hits completeness, we've kind of got the more detailed application set forth. And so my thought process on this is if it's gone through that extra effort to really nail down the details of the application versus what may be filed as almost a placeholder at the beginning, then that will provide better input, better output, essentially. So it will be able to do more analysis using that complete application as opposed to something that's more of a placeholder.
Do you have a sense, and this probably is a good question for Commissioner Messner, given his land use background, do we have a sense of how how staff makes a determination as to whether the local government has a completeness determination? Because it would only be for those that generate that sort of procedural posture.
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Commissioner Messner.
So, Commissioner Cross, I appreciate your thought there, but there's too many different processes in the local government from a staging perspective, and so there's different layers of development. You know, there's sketch plan, there's zoning, there's you know, different levels of plan, different levels of review for different details in the plan. And so I think the information that needs to get captured in order for an operator to be able to evaluate reasonable, foreseeable future development does lie in the application process, because there will be inside of that, you know, for example, if an applicant is coming to the local government, first they have to get a zoning approval. And then after that zoning approval happens, then they have to get you know, there's different local governments call it different things, but they have to get the details of the plan, right? Or so that could be preliminary plan process. So there could be sketch plan, preliminary plan, final plan. There could be, you know, zoning, then I forget what some local governments call it, but it's essentially the same process. So there's multi-stage processes for different layers of the application, and it's not as clean as a one application process that may have completeness. It could also be, administrative review on certain things that would be cleaner with the completeness, but those are less common. And so I think that the cleanest way here, and the one that's going to show up on websites, are ones that are in the permitting process, or are already permitted. And so anywhere in the permitting process, I think, is going to be an appropriate application of that.
And in the permitting process, would that, based on what you're saying, is that after the zoning aspect of it, or is that before the zoning aspect?
Could be the zoning, it depends on where it is in the permitting process. That area could already be zoned, but an application could choose to change the zoning. And so that would be a permit in the process to change the zoning, or it could go from an existing zoning to a planned unit development, or it could go from an existing zoning to a special use area. I mean, there's all kinds of different layers. And so my suggestion here is to leave it as is, which is the permit process, or as have been applied for a permit. That does allow for that operator to, look at those surrounding uses and make a determination on, reasonably foreseeable future development based on whatever's in the permitting process, on a site specific basis. And so, the completeness thing will actually make it more complicated, because what level of completeness are you at what stage in the review process? What stage of the review process are you gaining completeness? Because just because you gain completeness, at this stage doesn't mean that you're going through the rest of you've gone through the rest of the stages yet. So I acknowledge there's going to be some levels of uncertainty as to whether or not that will actually get approved, but it's not a one permit process for any of this stuff.
And that's helpful. And I think to a certain extent, I'm less concerned about, is this going to be approved? But is it something that has a sufficient detail in it? And is there something aside from completeness with an initial application that says, yeah, all necessary parts of this application have been filed?
Some, if not a lot of places do have that. And so but I don't know if all of them do. And so again, I'm not sure you're gaining a lot of benefit to it. If it's not, if it's in the review process, then there are elements of it, at least what they're applying to do, right? Does that make sense? So if I'm an operator and I'm trying to evaluate that land use, I know that there's an application in there for a 24 unit subdivision, or I know that there's an application in there for a gravel pit, or I know that there's an application in there for a rec center. And so that's really what you need to know. What level of the process is in may be unnecessary. Now, at some point, you may need to know more details about that, but if it's not far enough along in the process for you to know the details of height, width, size, full-on footprint, you don't know that information. And so you wouldn't use that as part of your evaluation, right? You just know that that's being contemplated.
Okay, so that would, in that case, it'd be more of a qualitative description of something that's kind of in the hopper as opposed to.
You can only evaluate what you know, right? And so, if you know the information that you have at the time.
Okay. And I think that's some of my hesitancy with it is trying to say, you can only evaluate what you know. And so, but I want to make sure that, how do we assess? Could they have known more? Do they have enough information? That kind of stuff. And so, and I guess it kind of goes back to the burden on the operator to demonstrate that this is all that was available. But that was my biggest concern, is the more information we have, the better analysis we can do. And so trying to make sure that pieces are in there to do some sort of analysis is what I'm looking for.
No, and I appreciate that. So who does know, are the planning departments. And so if I'm an operator and I'm in a certain jurisdiction, I'm calling the planning department and I'm asking, what do I need to know about any land use applications that are in whatever area of evaluation that I'm contemplating? That information can be provided readily by planning departments across the state.
Okay, and you, I think at one point in time had mentioned it being in the review process. Is it being in the review process when it becomes publicly available, or is stuff publicly available before that?
It depends on the jurisdiction, but I would generally say, especially with um, the web-based stuff that happens now, that once it gets applied for, it's generally posted somewhere and it's known.
Okay, that's helpful information now.
Yeah, and just to, I agree with Commissioner Messner on this. I represented a lot of local government planning departments over the course of my former life as a lawyer, and I think Commissioner Messner is right on. I think there's just a lot of different processes. A lot of local governments don't even do completeness. They just take the application at face value and start processing it, and whether it meets or not. So, and I think it can go toward our consideration of the reasonably foreseeable future development. If it's a sketch plan application that looks like it's going to take 5 years to sort of get through the process, we'll be able to know that, versus if it's almost at final plat and they've got their engineering designs and their water designs and their road designs, and it's just waiting to get endorsed by the county commissioners. Those are kind of two different things, and qualitatively, I think we'll be able to understand that. Others with thoughts? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like how it's written as well. I think, and I want to say I appreciate your background, and as well as Commissioner Messner and Commissioner Cross on this issue, and for the conversation. The way that it's written is clearly administratively reviewable, and it is a valid point that, there might be a simple application that may not move forward, and I certainly thought about that as parties were presenting on this issue. On the flip side, it's as you stated, I think, Commissioner Messner, it's not likely to capture all contemplated future planning efforts either that are known by some but aren't yet significantly substantive. So that, in conjunction with the fact that this term is being used for cumulative impacts analysis purpose, I think I think we've reached a good middle ground on this definition. I'm comfortable with it.
Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Shea, anything to add?
I'll just simply concur.
Okay, so we'll go with the August draft language for reasonably foreseeable future development. Commissioner Cross, do you want to lead us off on industrial facility?
Absolutely. Let me get down to the next page here. So I'll say that I agree with the suggestion of numerous parties that the proposed definition of industrial facility is kind of circular and not really workable, as it talks about a facility that conducts industrial and manufacturing operations without really talking about what industrial and manufacturing operations are. I think that can be very broad. As pointed out by CDPHE, we can't really point to a definition elsewhere in statute that would help narrow that definition, instead leaving us kind of relying on an inclusive and illustrative list of operations that are similarly defined, such as the concern raised by Weld County with respect to sizes of dairies, for example. And so, again, I think one of my biggest concerns is regulatory certainty, and I don't think it provides that regulatory certainty, and can lead to inconsistent application and inefficiencies in the application process. So this is one that I spent more time on than I thought I would. And I think part of it was trying to kind of go down the rabbit hole of what some of these things meant. I'd note that COGA in its July pre-hearing statement talked about the idea of it being a stationary source facility for which emissions and/or water discharge permits are required by the state. And Civitas provided something similar in its rebuttal information, specifically pointing out the different websites that you can look for that. I'd also note that CDPHE, in response to some of our comments, didn't go that far with it, and instead talked about the possibility of using the major source permits. And as I started to delve into it, I frankly think the major source makes a lot more sense. I was trying to do some searching to determine what the non-major source would entail, and it kind of entails anything. It's anything that's not the major source. And so just saying a stationary source there, I think needs to be clarified. In some situations, it's a shop. In some situations, it's a grocery store. When it came to the discharge permits and the stormwater permits, if something's being built, it needs to have a discharge permit or a stormwater permit. And I think some of these things it provides such a wide list. I think it's almost even broader than what would be included in kind of this illustrative list that so many people had problems with, including Weld County. So I think from a starting point, I like the idea of using the major stationary source as the starting point. And then I think it's with respect to the water is really where I'm hoping to get more ideas from fellow commissioners as well, because I'm not sure that I really had a good idea about how we could look to the water aspect of an industrial facility, because either the commercial permits, discharge permits, or the stormwater permits could be so broad. And I think another example that came up as a potential issue is with respect to the discharge permits, it's not necessarily focused on one area. So for example, we've done tours down in the Raton Basin and looked at some of the discharge permit areas down there. But instead of that being limited to perhaps the 1 mile area that we're considering, that discharge permit might apply to different sites all over the place. And so it's not necessarily going to provide a helpful boundary with what we're looking at in an impact area for that. So I'll be honest, I don't know that I had any good suggestions with what to do on this, because I do think that the definition as drafted does contain some concerns, as noted, and kind of opens up for ambiguity. But trying to move beyond sort of using the APCD source tool for the major source permits, I didn't really get much further than that as things that might be helpful to look at as part of the analysis.
Commissioner Oath?
Well, darn it, I thought you were gonna come up with a solution. I struggled with a number of the same sort of rabbit holes that you talked about, Commissioner Cross. And so I kind of, in my mind, went back fundamentally to the fact that, so the reason that we need, or there's a desire for clarity about what is an industrial facility, is that there's a requirement in the cumulative impact analysis for the operator to identify, industrial facilities within the area of evaluation, right? No one else, as you noted, and as we talked about with our questioning, seems to have a definition of industrial facility, which lends me to think it hasn't been a big problem to determine what is an industrial facility. So I almost wonder if we're overcomplicating this, and if we just keep it pretty simple, that, in the kind of the first line of the proposed definition, include some statement of basis and purpose about examples of industrial facilities. We could even point to, operators may want to look at, stationary sources for air permit purposes, types of facilities that require an industrial, or there's the wording for water that I think Civitas pointed to. That's sort of where I was starting to head in my leaning, was that maybe we were overcomplicating something that may not be that much of a problem. But I was hoping you were going to come up with the perfect list, because I don't have anything for you either.
Commissioner Shea?
Yeah, I might echo Trisha's comment. I worry that if you're going to use something like major source, or even some mapping tool, or even APENs available to the APCD that you're going to miss some things, or you're going to even have too much, right? So it makes sense, I think, to keep it flexible. You could have a major source or a minor source that's a large facility that just chose to take some significant emission reduction opportunities, right? Or control options. And so you could have a really big, gas plant or facility that's a minor source, and you probably wouldn't want to exclude that from that category. So that'd be my only caution, is using, a set definition like that. You might either include too much or exclude too much.
I'm kind of in favor of the eloquence of the first sentence, and we kind of know it when you see it. So I appreciate both those comments. Commissioner Ackerman or Messner, do you want to weigh in? Go ahead, Commissioner Ackerman.
I'm just raising my hand to say no, Mr. Chair. I lean towards where this discussion is going as well. I searched pretty far and wide and could find very few definitions in industrial, for industrial facility, like Commissioner Oath said. During the questioning, I talked a little bit about a potential of maybe mirroring what CDPHE does, and talk about where we do need to talk about, potential industrial waste or industrial impacts or industrial emissions, which we do address emissions certainly in a variety of other ways. And so, I'm leaning where this discussion is going as well, and not sure that including this definition gains us a whole lot.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. I actually would agree with Commissioner Oath to keep it simple, but I would like to have a little discussion here about the statement of basis and purpose and what we mean. I think that where we get hung around the wheel here is when we start to create lists of things that could be industrial. So I acknowledge that it's important when we use the industrial facility and we put it in a regulatory process, that the definition can be simple, but there has to be an explanation, some clarity as to what the operator needs to include in their evaluation. And so I do think you know it when you see it, but I wonder if there are things that are most important. And so I'm throwing this out to Commissioner Oath and Commissioner Shea to think about. When you think about evaluating cumulative impacts, what are the things that these industrial facilities are doing from a water quality standpoint and from an air quality standpoint that would be important to evaluate and include in a cumulative impacts analysis, so that it would aid in being able to to evaluate that, to better understand how to complete that cumulative impacts analysis. Are there things coming from an industrial facility that would be important to evaluate? Does that help pinpoint? And I'm not talking about permits. I mean, what I heard from testimony around permits is they wanted the stakeholders that wanted that, either air quality permit or water quality permit, it is that it is easily searchable. I'm talking about more from an analysis standpoint. Why do we want to include industrial facilities? What are those industrial facilities emitting or producing that needs to be captured in cumulative impacts analysis? And that may help us refine in the statement of basis and purpose what operators should be targeting in that evaluation. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. It's a really good question. Hadn't thought about how to articulate that, so this is kind of off the cuff, and I'm going to focus on water in hopes that Commissioner Shea will focus on air. From a water quality standpoint, I think where my mind goes to initially was, well, from a simple way, it's that you want information about what other facilities in the area of evaluation are contributing overall to the load in that water body, in the stream, right? But that is not necessarily just industrial. You could be talking about domestic wastewater treatment plants, for example. And so it leads my mind to go, well, why are we focused on industrial instead of all discharges to that stream, which could have an impact? And there could be a distinction there between sort of the type of pollutants that at least a water discharger is contributing. So a coal mine or other type of industrial facility may be contributing metals, arsenic, like those types of things, cadmium, those types of things, whereas a wastewater treatment facility may be contributing some of those things, but you're more worried about other types of pollutants that are not going to be the same as what like an oil and gas facility is contributing. So those are just some initial thoughts. I don't know if that leads us to anywhere, but I'll let Commissioner Shea weigh in with any thoughts on air.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think you just want to focus on water and air, right? Like waste, noise, odor, traffic.
I was asking you about water and noise because those are
Water and air.
there are other impacts that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and from an air side, obviously you'd want to understand what the emissions profiles in those surrounding industrial facilities might contribute, from air impacts to emissions.
So perhaps in this stage case of some purpose, some conversation about, industrial facilities, could be facilities that are trying to think about how to say this, but have significant impacts associated, and this is not the right terminology, but have significant impacts to surrounding areas, and that's not the right term, but I mean they're significant producers of noise, they're significant producers of traffic, they're significant producers of emissions, significant significant dischargers of I'm not saying not water, they're not discharging water quality, but that they have water quality elements to them. I'm trying to like refine that in a way so we don't have to have this exhaustive list of what these things are in the statement of basis and purpose, but have the ability to create significant impacts within a defined area or something like that. And so that's kind of what my brain was going when I was thinking about it, but I never came to a conclusion. There are zoning criteria where if it's industrial, you can say, okay, well, these are the allowed uses in an industrial zone when from a land use planning perspective, but that includes things that may or may not have significant potential contributors to impacts in the area. And so how do you not capture those while still capturing the elements that are important to evaluate? And so I may be making this situation worse, but I was trying to think of it from an impact perspective instead of a facility or an operation title perspective. That was the only thought that I had.
I appreciate that. I'm wanting to, when you say the word significant contribution, though, I think I'm getting a little hung up in a way, because sort of the whole purpose of this cumulative impact analysis is the sort of cumulative piece of this little piece, this little piece, this little piece, right, all together. So I wouldn't want to just narrow it to really large. I think to Commissioner Shea's point of maybe why you don't want to focus only on major stationary sources for air, because there may be something that isn't over that emissions threshold, but still would be something that would be important to be keeping in mind and considering in the area.
No, that's fair. Significant may not be right. I'm thinking it again from my perspective. You got industrial from a land use classification is kind of the highest, most impactful land use classification. You've got light industrial, you've got manufacturing, you've got commercial, you've got, and so that was why I didn't mean, you're right. As you're looking at cumulative impacts, it's the cumulative impacts of lots of different things, not just one big thing. But I think we've asked operators to identify industrial because they may be major contributors. So I don't know. No.
And again, I mean, I think I go back to, and maybe in the theme that you have, brought up a number of times, Commissioner Messner, of, operators' burden here to identify industrial facilities. If someone thinks an industrial facility should have been identified, I would, presumably that would come out through the process and be part of then an identification of like, well, should we take this into account in terms of another facility that contributes in this area of evaluation? I think that's kind of how it would play out.
So where are we ending up with this discussion? I think we've agreed that we're going to go with the first sentence from the August draft, drop the remainder, and then, I mean, did we circularly explore SBP language and then decide perhaps it's hard to do and just kind of leave it as is and see how this plays out over the course of the next 6, 8 months, a year, and then we can come back and revisit when we revisit everything? Commissioner Shea?
I mean, I just have a suggestion. You can take it or leave it, but was thinking you could say something like industrial sources such as XX that you've all identified that's in the rule now that have the potential to contribute to cumulative impacts of, and you can, pick the major ones that you want, right? Like air emissions, waste, water, noise, lighting, traffic, like whatever categories you want to include, but you could do something like that in the SPAP or in the SPP if you'd think that would be helpful.
Hey, AG Davenport, hopefully you got that suggestion and you can work with the other AAGs on language along those lines. I think that makes some sense. It's a good suggestion, Commissioner Shea.
I agree, and we'll just add one area that in the such as list. I think given some of the testimony we heard, I would be inclined to take dairies off of that list.
Me too. I think I'm seeing nodding of heads up and down fashion. Thank you, Weld County, for your thoughtfulness on that front.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, AAG Davenport.
Thank you. Apologies to interrupt. Just to make sure I'm clear, it looks like the commissioner is coalescing around just the first sentence of the definition in the August draft as the only language that appears in the definition and the rules itself, and then putting into the SBP a such as list, which does not include dairies, but clarifies as well that everything in the such as list or anything else that might appear in that list would need to be sources of emissions that would contribute to cumulative impacts or sources of something that would contribute to cumulative impacts.
Happy to help.
Shea?
Yeah,
Yes.
that the language that I used has the potential to contribute to cumulative impacts of those things: air emissions, waste, water impacts, that kind of language.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Good work on that. Commissioner Cross, do you want, well, I've got cider for you and Commissioner Ackerman. I've also got threshold issues for you. What would you like to take up next?
Well, I think I'll be quick and easy with the thresholds. I think when I was looking through the thresholds, a lot of the things I talked about were the same issues discussed by Commissioner Oath and Commissioner Ackerman with respect to some of the thresholds. And I think they're best left to our sister agencies with the expertise, the subject matter expertise in those. So I did not have additional proposals for the thresholds beyond what's already been talked about.
All right, you're right. That was easy, but let me make sure everybody else is in agreement. Any disagreement? Well, then why don't you and Commissioner Ackerman tackle your respective ciders?
I'm happy to lead off on that one, Commissioner Cross, unless you would prefer to.
Go for it.
All right, thank you. And I certainly have alluded to some of this as part of our previous discussions as well, Mr. Chair, so appreciate you keeping it on the list. I would have circled back to it as well. As I mentioned during, and I'm looking at it largely from a wildlife standpoint, and so you'll hear me talk about it that way, but certainly cumulative impacts is broader than that. And this approach would help with other cumulative impacts disturbances as well. And I mentioned earlier that really from a CPW perspective, what they need to evaluate new proposed operations and certainly to do cumulative impacts analysis for wildlife impacts on new proposed oil and gas operations is really a complete surface disturbance map of all types of surface disturbance in the vicinity or area of impact, not just oil and gas. And I mentioned earlier that certainly, there are layers out there that could be drawn upon, and I'll touch on that a little bit more. But where I think we can make some strides is to, and I want to recognize the continually progressive and good work done by our GIS unit and in ECMC. They do a great job. And I think we can assist them in getting some more data together to help improve our mapping tools. And I think we really can do this relatively simply by requiring a more complete GIS reporting with new surface disturbances that are being proposed. So I think moving forward, kind of the concept that I'm thinking of is how do we get a real decent real-time surface disturbance oil and gas map? How do we get that data into CIDR, and how do we get that exported into a mapping tool so that at least oil and gas surface disturbance can be evaluated as part of regular OGDPs and CAPs, as well as in our larger cumulative impacts analysis, at least annually. And I think moving forward, what we certainly could do is ensure, and I'll caveat this by saying that I'm a little ignorant with regard to what operators currently submit with regard to their, the GIS associated with new operations. If they do or if they don't, I certainly know they submit maps to ECMC. But I think we could require operators to include all GIS layers for all of their oil and gas surface disturbance as proposed at the application stage for OGDPs and CAPs. And I do think, given the conversation that we just had, including reasonably foreseeable future development within that area of evaluation would also be a good inclusion there, and certainly was recommended by CPW. And where it gets tricky, I think, is then, especially more historic sites, how much GIS data do we have? We certainly know where wells are, but do we really have surface disturbance understanding on all those wells? I think we have some good estimations, we have some good on the ground knowledge, but we don't have really mapping quality data, as I understand it, for historic sites. And so I think there are a couple of ways that we could go about this. And I do think it's important to put all oil and gas existing sites in, and not just sites, but their existing surface disturbance as conditions currently exist. And that would include reclamation, which I'll mention here in a minute. But I think we could have staff work with operators on all of their assets. That's all planned assets, producing assets, shut in, plugged and abandoned, so that we could map other assets in the state. And again, I'm not sure what level of map data we have on that, but I think that, working with operators, it's likely that we could acquire quite a bit of that data, and then we could work with staff to see what we can do to fill in the gaps. I think we could do this for reclamation, and I think it's imperative that we do this for reclamation as well. I think that we could ensure that we have sufficient GIS information when Form 4s are submitted that helps us understand what the existing unreclaimed surface disturbance is. And I think that would require some further discussion with our reclamation staff to really understand how we would want to map the different levels of reclamation. Or would we just want to say reclaimed, final reclamation, not final reclamation, and not final reclamation would count as existing surface disturbance. And then, from an operational standpoint, if we are able to successfully put together an oil and gas map like that, I think we could talk with staff and others about the other opportunities that are out there for us to overlay existing data. I think Codex is a good source of surface disturbance data. That would be more on us than working, through operators. But I think if we're able to easily acquire some other layers that we have confidence in, I think we could start to put together a pretty good surface disturbance map that would be a big improvement in the desktop evaluations that are going on right now. I did not obviously delve into trying to redline the regulations on this, but I think the key would be working with the Attorney General's office and staff and CPW to ensure that we have the appropriate regs and processes in place to require and receive and include GIS data into our system. As kind of a final thought on that, I mentioned also the director's report on cumulative impacts at the end of the year. I think we could, as part of this, look at 904, which is what requires that report, and incorporate more complete surface disturbance information and suggestions. Once we have that tool built, I think it would be good for that use as well. And I continue to think that's where we could also add a requirement for the director to consult with CPW and CDPHE, specifically with regard to surface disturbance analysis to identify areas of concern, whether that's geographical or use type or conditions or anything else that might be able to inform our cumulative impacts analysis in the subsequent year. So a lot of thoughts there, not necessarily a lot of specific mechanisms to implement those thoughts, but that's kind of what I've been mulling around.
Thanks for leading us off there, Commissioner Ackerman. Really appreciate that. Others with thoughts? Commissioner Messner?
Commissioner Ackerman, I mean, I think they're great thoughts. I'm trying, I guess I might be missing something, but as you evaluated the CIDR and the information that you've provided, and I know you indicated you haven't developed the mechanisms for that, but I guess I'm trying to think about the mechanisms. I mean, are you suggesting that some of this information, whether it's GIS data or some of the things that you're suggesting here, be included in the Form 2Bs and therefore then would be able to be uploaded into CIDR? What is the mechanism that would impel the operator to provide this information that you're suggesting?
Yeah, that's a question that I didn't specify because I don't have the answer to that. I think staff can maybe help us with that. And once again, I don't know exactly what we currently require. And I certainly can see what's currently put in, but don't know what we currently require. So I see Ms. Trask has.
As is always the case, she shows up right when we need her. So, Ms. Trask, you are recognized to help us with this issue and or provide perspective or concerns, any of the above.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for bringing this discussion forward. I think it's a really important discussion, and I'm glad to have it. I might start by just informing that our current process is when an OGDP is submitted, part of that OGDP is the requirement for the operator to submit GIS shape files for the maximum disturbance area of the proposed OGDP, as well as the working pad surface. And so if you looked at our GIS map, our interactive COGIS, which is Colorado Oil and Gas Information System map, there's different layers you can click on. They're a little bit buried, and if need be, I can get there and then share my screen. But we do require with every OGDP those GIS shape files showing what is the working pad surface and what is the oil and gas location. So that's the bigger area that includes topsoil stockpiles and stormwater BMPs and that sort of thing. We've only had that rule requirement since mission change. So there's a limited set of data that is currently in our GIS layers indicating that. We don't have GIS shape files for older existing locations. So that's the first clarification. Another clarification I'd like to make is that anything we build in a GIS layer in the GIS mapping system will not directly connect with CIDR. They're two separate sets of data and different types of data. So what we collect in CIDR currently through the Form 2B, goes into data tables in a database where staff and eventually the public can query that data that is submitted in those electronic forms. Information that that the commission would want to see visually, geographically on a GIS map we could bring that in through a sundry, a Form 2A, a Form 2B, any electronic form that has an attachment function. I believe the shape files can be attached or they could be emailed directly to staff. Our current process is that those GIS shape files, as we receive them, they get sent over to our GIS team, Chris Eisinger and his team of amazing experts over there. They work to import those shape files into our GIS map and make them visible. So two separate types of data held in separate, housed in separate, I guess, databases, one being digital, numeric, and language data, the other being digital shape files. I don't know that there's a mechanism to import shape files into CIDR. I'm not an IT person. I would love to have that conversation with our IT staff, but I don't know off the top of my head that there's a way to combine CIDR with our current GIS mapping tool. A third point I want to clarify is that at some point in the future, and I don't know how far in the future, my understanding is that our IT team is planning to migrate our entire GIS platform to a new GIS platform that is like Esri, ArcData, ArcGIS, ArcInfo. The platform that our GIS currently is housed on is an older platform and doesn't have the functionality that Esri has. And so there will be some significant improvements being made in the upcoming future. I'm hoping within the next year, but I'm just guessing on the timeline for that. But that might be the right opportunity timing wise to further expand what you are potentially seeking to do with adding new GIS information. My brain just stopped working. Would you prompt me with specific questions that I might be able to answer?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you. And really appreciate your comments there. Can you talk a little bit more? And I'm not saying this lightly. I understand this is a heavy topic. I think it's that important. Can you talk a little bit about what you think a reasonable process might be to begin to get our arms around surface disturbance that's oil and gas related that's still out there?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. My best guess, and this I'm just kind of riffing here, I haven't had a chance to really think in depth about this. My best idea would be either for operators who are submitting OGDP applications, we ask them to submit what they would already submit, but maybe we ask them to submit a shape file that corresponds with the impact area or area of evaluation, perhaps that as they identify in their cumulative impacts analysis in that impact area, as they identify existing oil and gas surface disturbance and potentially even other non-oil and gas surface disturbance, they could provide sort of that 1 mile or whatever the radius ends up being, a snapshot, a shape file or a series of shape files that encompass that area of evaluation that indicates existing surface disturbance and what those, is it oil and gas, is it not oil and gas? That could come in with their application as a way of sort of starting to feed into the system. And I think that would tie nicely also in the commission's review of what some of those baseline surface disturbance impacts are as related specifically to the cumulative impact analysis for that OGDP. Another idea might be that we create sort of a program, a widespread programmatic approach whereby and I think you alluded to this, whereby we work with each individual operator to map out for each operator, have them map out all of their existing facilities. We know where those facilities are as a dot on our map currently, but have the operator map out a shape file again. The aerial extent, is it 6 acres? Is it 26 acres? And provide sort of methodically provide shape files to our IT staff to start adding those surface disturbances into our GIS map. That would be a significant lift for operators and a significant lift for our IT staff. So I would be a little hesitant to just wholeheartedly support that. But I think it's worth an in-depth conversation, because I think that could be a really effective way over time to methodically capture existing oil and gas surface disturbance across the state.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate your on the spot thoughts here. I, of course, prefer the second approach and recognize that it would be a heavy lift. I do think that your idea, either way, your first approach, we should implement regardless. This might not be a question for you, but can you tell us any about reclamation mapping and moving forward on that front?
Yeah, I would, unfortunately, I would defer to Dr. Denise Arthur. She's our reclamation supervisor, and I've not reached out to her in the last few minutes, so I don't know if she's available or not. I agree that we need to take another closer look at how reclamation is mapped. It's not currently mapped in our GIS layers. I think it should be, and I think that that is a really important conversation for the commission to have. I want to, I guess, note that the 1000 series was not noticed in this rulemaking, so I'm unsure and would defer to our AGs to determine if it's something that we should discuss here today or the rest of this week, or postpone till another time.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughts on that, and I certainly appreciate them. And Mr. Chair, I'm certainly interested to hear what others have to say on this, but I also think that one approach could be to work forward with the idea one that Sabrina brought up with the inclusion in the area of impact, and then pull back a little bit, meet with staff, meet with operators, kind of figure out a more methodical way on how we can make some progress on the front of ensuring that our mapping tools are as real time as we can get them.
If I may interrupt, and apologies, I was just reminded that we do have a Form 45 that we receive from operators that's includes a GIS shapefile indicating the as-built location. So with the OGDP application, we get sort of the proposed GIS shapefile. And then after the location is built, we get the Form 45 with that as-built GIS file. So we do sort of have a pre and post GIS shapefile for OGDPs as of mission change.
Thank you. And then do we, and I should know this, but I don't, in our mapping tool, is that then updated in GIS information? And so we see, what it looks like during production and then pulled back to a working pad?
Yes, those shapefiles are colored differently on the map to indicate sort of pre and post.
Thanks. Really appreciate all your work on this and your thoughts.
Stick around, Ms. Trask. We may have other questions for you. Appreciate you being with us. Commissioners, further questions on the topic for Ms. Trask or just in general? Commissioner Messer?
Thanks, Ms. Trask. I asked you this at the beginning of this process, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around kind of the implementation piece here. But in the Form 2Bs and now contemplating the Form 2Fs, there is a lot of information that's being generated and has been generated, and I'm still trying to understand if there is a path or if we could impel a path for that CIDR data that's coming in with OGDPs and CAP applications into something that helps evaluate cumulative impacts of oil and gas activities to aid us in our regulatory processes. That is something more than an annual cumulative impacts report. And I'm hearing Commissioner Ackerman and you have a conversation about the different shape files and elements that may help create a database, but I'm also trying to figure out how this other quantitative information that may be developed through that CIDR or through the Form 2B, 2F processes also plays into this. And how do we get all this stuff to talk to one another so that we can, ultimately use it to evaluate cumulative impacts from a regulatory standpoint?
Commissioner Messner, I think that's one of the $1 million questions that I wrestle with. The Form 2B and the presumed Form 2F, those forms capture the incremental impacts that are associated with the proposed new OGDP operations. Those forms, and maybe I'll just stick with the Form 2B because that's an existing form. The Form 2B does not contemplate the area of evaluation or the impact area. It only contemplates, I think with one exception, it only contemplates the impacts associated with the new surface disturbance and the operations that would occur on that new surface disturbance. So the cumulative impacts analysis, as currently drafted in the August version, is that that CI analysis would be likely a very extensive multi-page PDF that is attached to the Form 2A. It's not going to get into CIDR. So if the commission would like that cumulative look, taking sort of the broader scope out to the 1 mile radius for simplicity for this conversation, staff could revise the Form 2B to include the information that is required in the cumulative impacts analysis. It's doable. We can revise it. It will take a little while, a couple of months, to figure out what those data fields need to be, have the IT folks build it, and then we beta test it and we roll it out to a couple of industry partners to beta test it on the other side of the firewall, make some repairs on it, and then ultimately launch it for use. So it's doable. I guess what I would ask commissioners is to be thoughtful about what data fields you would want us to add to that form. We recognize that where data is quantitative, it's very useful for querying, for writing that annual report. We've got staff that can run a SQL query into those tables, find the right data fields, and pull that data out into a spreadsheet so the rest of us can see it. Data fields that are narrative in nature are much more difficult because you can only query by a certain word. So you're looking for the word wetland, or you're looking for the word emission, and so I would be hesitant to include a lot of the CI analysis pieces into the Form 2B, surely because it won't give us a lot of meaning on the back end. We would still have difficulty querying those big paragraph style narratives. So we are fully capable of revising the Form 2B. If you want us to add cumulative impact pieces to it, I would just ask that the pieces you want us to put in are really strategic and are data specific rather than narrative in nature.
Thanks for that. I for one as one commissioner do think that it's really important that we have, any data that we ask for from operators should be utilized in a way that's useful, I guess. And so they're at least from my perspective, when we develop the concept for the CIDR database and mission change and the elements for the Form 2B, in my mind, it was always contemplated to help build data, build information that ultimately will help us in our decision making in the future. And so for me, that's still my hope, is that we're able to take all of this data we're asking for operators, and I know staff is putting a lot of time into evaluating that, operators are putting a lot of time into developing it, that it become, and that it evolve into a form that it can be useful in our decision making processes, either from a cumulative impact standpoint or even from a localized standpoint as we evaluate applications. And so I would love to see whatever steps we could take to move in that direction to make both the CIDR database information available and some of the other layers that you and Ms. Trask and Commissioner Ackerman have been talking about. To me, yes to all of it. And I'll throw in there that we continue to hear feedback through this through this rulemaking process about the need to shift, or to at least have quantitative information as well as qualitative information, and quantitative may be greater than qualitative information in most all of these pieces that were talked about during this rulemaking process. And so I'll throw that out there to the other commissioners as well, is that, as much as is practicable in, as we look at these rules, the inclusion of quantitative data in addition to qualitative data in some scenarios, or even perhaps replacing qualitative in some scenarios, I think is really important, which is funny because 2 years ago, I was more interested in qualitative because I needed that to evaluate how that application was in fact addressing cumulative impact. So I do think that there is still important qualitative information that needs to be provided in cumulative impacts analysis. But it's clear to me that if we want to really use this data and apply it, in a way that we can make better decisions in the future, that more quantitative data needs to be developed as well. So anyway, those are my musings.
Commissioner Ackerman, maybe bring it back to you to sort of give some sense of where we need to go.
Yeah, thank you. I think this probably is a more complex issue than just putting some regs on the book and marching forward with it, as much as I'd like to do that. I think that an appropriate approach here would be to, and I hate to say a working group, but I think maybe talk about how we work with staff, whether it's me or what the best approach is going forward to start working towards a reasonable process to ensure that we're trying to do our best, at least on the mapping front, to get real-time surface disturbance maps out there. I certainly recognize and agree with Commissioner Messner's point that other data also can be useful in the cumulative impacts analysis. I'm focused at this point on the surface disturbance maps, and particularly also including reclamation there. So I think there are a lot of conversations that probably need to be had. I do think, as I mentioned, that one approach might be, and I mean, I believe this is where we're going anyway, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but with regard to area of impact analysis and requiring that, I would expect part of that area of impact analysis going forward to be evaluation of existing surface disturbances within that area of impact. And so I think if that's baked in, we at least have an opportunity to take a look at things on a project by project basis and amalgamate those together into a cumulative impacts approach. But outside of that, I'm a little unclear on whether we would need regulatory changes. And as Ms. Trask mentioned, we don't have the 1000 series open for reclamation if we would need any there. And so I think this is a very important issue. I think we can continue to work on it. internally and talk about what the best path forward might be.
Appreciate those thoughts. Anything further from my fellow commissioners? All right, Ms. Trask, thank you very much for being with us and for providing some perspective. I think this is going to be something we will continue to work on with the help of staff as well, for sure.
Yeah, happy to be part.
Commissioners, that gets us through everything except a big topic of no net adverse impact and air emissions. Commissioner Cross.
I just have one small topic on cider, kind of the continuation.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to
So-
cut you off.
Yeah, no, not a problem. This kind of harkens back to part of what I talked about earlier today with the caps, and I just wanted to make sure that it was brought up, but I thought it might be more appropriate in this discussion as opposed to separately with the caps. I think one of the main things to focus on is, again, as we're trying to encourage the preliminary siting analysis and approval of the preliminary siting, instead of having the separate 2F as well as different CIDR analysis or different 2B analysis at the OGDP stage, I think for applications, CAP applications that seek preliminary siting approval, we would continue to use the 2B, which has the detailed information that we're wanting to include and have go into the CIDR database for those specific locations. For the locations that do not seek preliminary siting approval, I think the proposal would be to go into the 2F proposal that was talked about. I know staff probably doesn't like the idea of creating yet another form here, but I think it's helpful to have the analysis for the non-PSA preliminary siting analysis applications to get an idea of, even though we don't have everything nailed down on a site-specific basis, they should have enough information to be able to provide some detailed estimates on what different emissions might be, different impacts might be, the information that would normally go into the 2B, but this would be for the 2F on more of a regional impact level. And that way we can still make sure that we are looking at that information appropriately and do the necessary deep dive on CAP applications, even when they don't have the preliminary siting analysis. So I think that would be my biggest suggestion. With preliminary siting, use the 2B, and you wouldn't have to, again, similar to the ALA, similar to the cumulative impact analysis, you wouldn't have to then submit it again unless there's some sort of change at the OGDP stage. However, if there's not preliminary siting, then you would do the 2F proposal that provides the regional impact kind of estimates. And I think it's helpful for Ms. Trask to be here because this is another topic.
I was going to say, Ms. Trask, do you want to play commissioner for us and chat with us?
No, do not want to play commissioner. That is not my strong point. But I'm happy to weigh in. I did have a really good chat with Commissioner Cross during the last break. And I feel like he and I sort of resolved some ongoing questions and sort of have a similar approach. And Commissioner Cross, please, I'm not speaking for you, so interrupt me if I misspeak. What staff is sort of newly proposing or proposing a revision of, as Commissioner Cross started to line out, is for CAPs where the operator is seeking preliminary siting approval. The CAP application would include the Form 2B for the Form 1 electronic Form 2B that would cover all the locations, or if there's a lot of locations, then multiple Form 2Bs, but to cover the incremental impacts from each of those proposed locations. The CAP application would also include the Rule 315B cumulative impacts analysis for each proposed location that is seeking preliminary siting approval. This is akin to the current rule by which an operator submits their ALA and their some of the Rule 304 Form 2A requirements, I think location drawings and construction layout drawings. There's a handful of things that an operator will submit to with their CAP when they're seeking preliminary siting approval. So we would propose to add that they also submit the Form 2B and the Rule 315B cumulative impact analysis with their CAP application when they are seeking preliminary siting. The subsequent OGDPs then, if the CAP is approved with PSA, those subsequent OGDPs would not require the Form 2B or the cumulative impacts analysis because that has already been provided and vetted during the CAP permitting process. So there's no duplication of information there. The information is required either at the CAP for PSA or the information is required with the OGDP if it's not provided in the CAP. And then for CAPs that are not seeking preliminary siting approval, whether the operator just isn't, if they don't want preliminary siting approval or they're not quite sure exactly where their location is going to be, they know it's going to be in the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 6, but they don't know the exact siting of it. The CAP application would require the Form 2F, a little bit revised from how we have the Form 2F currently laid out in the August draft Rule 314E10. We would adapt that to include a little bit more sort of regional and cumulative, sort of that vague impact area information, which would focus more on any transmission lines that might be necessary or existing transmission lines, existing impacts that need to be identified. If that CAP is approved, then without PSA, then the subsequent OGDPs would require the Form 2B, and the subsequent OGDPs would require the location-specific cumulative impacts analysis. So the information being gathered is basically the same. It just either comes in with the CAP or with PSA, and is not needed with the subsequent OGDP, or if it doesn't come in with the CAP, then it's required with the subsequent OGDP. I think this sort of gracefully gets us the information we need in CIDR, as well as gives the commission that landscape level cumulative impact review, as well as the site-specific impact area review. We've just sort of parsed it out in a different order. I'm happy to try to work up some draft language to share. I think that reading a draft is probably easier than listening to me ramble about it. And so I can commit to getting some draft language either tomorrow or the following day.
That sounds good to me. Everyone, are we in agreement? We'll take a look at that. Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a look at it. Appreciate the work that's being done on it. I might be, and I can wait until the red line if that's helpful. But what I think I heard you say though seems to kind of be the opposite of the previous discussion we just had as far as when a cumulative impacts analysis is necessary. But Commissioner Cross, I'll see what you think on that. But I think I heard Mrs. Trask say that she would, not that you would like to see, but you're contemplating including in a draft a requirement for cumulative impacts analysis to be included as part of all OGDP applications for preliminary siting, as well as those without preliminary siting, which may be different than what we had just determined a few hours ago. So I'm not sure.
I'm not sure I fully am grasping your question. I think the cumulative impacts analysis is necessary either way. And I would guess that most, if not all of you, agree that the cumulative impacts analysis is necessary. I think what we're trying to parse out is, and what I've heard from the commission over the last couple of hours or days or years, it feels like, is that when there's a CAP application, that cumulative impacts analysis should include that larger scale landscape level review, looking at infrastructure and transportation corridors, and looking a little bit less at individual locations, because in some CAPs, those individual locations are not even going to be determined yet. And so this, I think, captures the large scale CAP cumulative impact review, as well as then captures the individual location cumulative impact review. It just happens at a different stage, depending on if the operator is seeking preliminary siting approval or if they are not seeking preliminary siting approval. And I don't know if I answered your question.
I mean, yes. So anyway, I think I'll wait for the red light. So my understanding is that we had a discussion just a little while ago about, well, at least I made the argument that there should be both the CAP level as well as the local level. I heard other commissioners disagree with that. And so I'm good with where you're at, but I might be misunderstanding. So
I would maybe just offer that let me work up a red line with the AAGs and share that with you, and hopefully that will be add some clarity and some sort of make everything a little bit more concise, because there is a lot of moving parts here, and it is getting a little bit, to me, it's feeling a little bit sort of swirly. So I would really appreciate the opportunity to put it all down in clear, concise language in a red line to share with you.
All good on that issue, Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just say, I do think that what was said is consistent with what was talked about this morning. I think the one clarification to be added is additional cumulative impact analysis could be required with a preliminary siting approval if there is the change, as we talked about within 314C5B. I believe that's the correct number. So again, where there's the preliminary siting done, this regional look as well as the site-specific look is done with respect to cumulative impact analysis, alternative location analysis, the CIDR database issues, and making sure that we get all that analysis done up front. And that's where the incentive comes for tying up the lands, the longer period of time to develop, et cetera. And then assuming there's not the change mentioned, and they have to go through describing what changes, if any, and whether additional analysis is needed. But then at the OGDP stage, it should be a much quicker process because they don't have the information that was included in the ALA. They don't have the information that for the 2B. They don't have the cumulative impact analysis unless there's that change.
Further thoughts here? Thanks, Commissioner Cross. And once again, thank you, Ms. Trask. You play a good commissioner. All right, commissioners, it is 4:52. We have 2 matters that remain on the docket before we move into whatever the next steps are going to be. And I believe it is best that we start fresh in the morning at 9 a.m. And Commissioner Oath, will start with you, and then I will have a discussion on my remaining topic as well. So we wish everyone a great night, and we will see everybody tomorrow morning. We're adjourned.